the museum and outside. We've been debating that since 2017 when we conducted the first seminar in this auditorium. This is its 5th edition. This project started to be developed and collectively devised here at MASP, and many of those people are here with us. I would like to thank EDSON KAYAPÓ, Jocelyn Piren, Cássia Borges Carajá, Nigel Borrow, Renata Tubirambá, Sandra Gamara, the curators of this presentation. Also Adriano Pedrosa, who could not be here today and who also coordinated this project. Since 2016, MASP organized this around the history of art to reread the legacy and the culture of our legacy, trying to bring to the museum different narratives and paradigms that have not been covered by the canonic lineage of art history, or so-called art history. MASP now decided to have this exhibition, Indigenous Histories, bringing curators from several parts of the world to tell their own version of history. Despite its international reach, and although the project occupies several years, it does not intend to be encyclopedic. We want to really have an open, incomplete, preliminary, fragmented exhibition. Our goal was not to represent all complexities and layers of indigenous histories of each specific region, but to offer a cohort or maybe samples of those histories in a concise but relevant selection so that they can be juxtaposed and compared to others from different parts of the world. The idea of juxtaposition and comparison is the center of the exhibition. Each of these artists and researchers work in different areas of the world where the intersection between contemporary arts and indigenous histories, as well as reparations, and the relationship with the art market, the presence of indigenous people in academic representations, even of traveling artists, and also the way pre-colonial objects were preserved or destroyed or robbed were different in different places. This is why we do not have a given sequence. You can visit different rooms, and then you can see the parallels or juxtapositions, and you can see that in your own mind. There's something deep that connects those contexts. Indigenous populations have a very strong relationship with their lands that have been invaded by Europeans since the 15th century. Through a lot of struggle, and now their arts and practices have changed along the centuries, and their productions have always been inferiorized by the academia museums. Production of indigenous peoples can tell different histories of art using different markers, both discursive and formal. So we can discuss the art through different light. So these have resisted the homogenizing imperial forces, and they affected their practice. For centuries, they were outside the boundaries of the hegemonic arts and also been outside the market or even critiques. But sometimes they had been silenced, it just been called culture or handicraft, showing how elitist people are and trying to establish a distinction between what is art and what is not. So here we have different visual expressions going beyond a category of art. There is a long debate in literature, especially anthropology, whether art is a concept that could be common to different traditions. I think that this exhibition is going to bring several answers to this question. And also in the book we launched this week, where we have the concept of Dodi Sami, as Irenis Narbi explains, includes cosmovision, spirituality, knowledge, conceptions of nature, creativity, and creation of objects that reflect light. The focus on aesthetics and day-to-day behaviors. Paraphrasing this author, when aesthetics permeates everything, why do we need another concept of art? condensing what is being produced in objects shows that anything can be art, whether it is in objects we use on a day-to-day basis or objects that are being taken to exhibits. You can see that you have Sami, also Naigobora, who created Maori art, showing that the traditional YY paintings using acrylic inks in contact with urban materials. And also you can see how it is updated in Sandy Etz's paintings. The same dialogue happens from Atua, deity of. So this non-Western times that separates time in past, present, and future is the topic of time non-topic. That is the Brazilian presentation connecting the pre-colonial Marajoara graphism to the weaving of baskets and also the work of Masato, and also the work of a collective group that connects synthetic weaving to a supermarket cart. So we can use materials that are supposedly natural, used in different contexts, using different materials. In the case of the Aboriginal paintings, so this myth in a bidirectional support connects rupestral paintings and dreams with creatures from the water, and that all that is explained in a school. Ronnie Quinn and Maku artists also touched on that. And this is why we should consider the work that is developed in schools and universities, because before museums, this is where these pieces were exhibited, showing their own standards and maybe being one system to be shown to other peoples. What is supposedly pure in a romantic sense, such as in the Australian case, is a production that update, but to break, as Burrow says, the classic tradition of presentation of arts. We also know that for indigenous, maybe they need to keep their traditions. So it seems to be that a lot of curators wanted to go beyond the barriers of time and bringing materials and references that go beyond that, as well as their land representation. We have some objects even before colonization in this exhibit, and we also see indigenous people just portrayed in the 18th century. That's the exhibit curated by Sandra Gamara, and also another one in the 19th century curated by Abraham Cruz Villegas. Although indigenous people are their source of work, they enforce the whitening of people. But these aspects are treated differently by Cruz Villegas and Gamara, and because of the contradiction of representing subject and cosmology, where individuals are built externally. Usually the representation of indigenous person is done by a non-indigenous person in the 18th and 19th or even 20th century, or showing the exploitation of work, and then you see indigenous people working, creating that, and only after we have the names and identification and bringing the individual aspects of indigenous people. That relates to Sebastián Rodrigues and Carlos Domínguez Hernández's work. We also have a collective group from Canada led by Michel Lavallee, showing their relationships are physical and metaphysical. In this collective group, food and nutrition are thought of in their literal sense, but also as a representation of dialogue with the earth and the beings that are part of earth. In Brazil, it is common and recent to have self-portraits. Carmes Emiliano had his first self-portrait in 2022, and then the artist shows the Roraima mountain, where a lot of mysticism is described. It's not a narrative portrait. It involves imagination, because the landmarks are different from the actual ones. And the artist has never been to that area. So how is individuality built or imposed? Taking that over is part of the current indigenous artists because of the erasement that happened in the past. So through this individualization, the indigenous production will shift paradigms. Here at MASP, the indigenous programs always had the generic names of cultures that would erase the diversity of their traditions. You need to see the ambiguities of artists. And the fact that we have indigenous artists in the art market also shift paradigms in terms of representation. This is clearly shown, the Coquille Collective, whose purpose was to think about the supply chain of the weaved baskets. So they talk about the mercantilization of art. So they use materials that are supposedly natural and show different contexts and materialities. At the same time, artists challenge the limits and the boundaries between their lives and the urban lives, showing how difficult life is in urban areas and living even to hunger. Talking to the Coquille artists, they were really amazed by all the requirements of those who were lending their work. They said that during the exhibit, they would like to see children playing with the pieces and even playing with the cards that are part of their exhibition. So that makes us think about what we consider those art pieces in the museum to be and their role. We also have different deontology schemes here and maybe different perspectives of sense of places, and that's part of a web of involving those who create these pieces of art and those who use them or see them. Couldn't this be the opportunity of affecting the Western life through these different paradigms and objectives? Lucia van Velten said that most of the objects in the Western are dead, but indigenous objects can gain life. So what can we gain by gaining life and bringing life to other objects at the museum? We could reinvent theories on images, their power, the agency of objects, and maybe we could exploit the magical, non-colonial aspects of this museum, showing that we could value arts differently. In the catalog and the exhibition we've just launched, we've learned a lot from the proposals of these 12 curators, and it's our fortune to have them here in São Paulo with us. I would like to ask some questions, to leave you some questions for the debate today. As David Copenau said, when he narrates his first visit to the museum, he said, once I was taken to visit a large house that white people call museum, and they locked them to, instead of exposing to the eyes of everyone. This means that white people do not appreciate the objects of people who are now deceased. I do not want to see things of the death. White people can show anything they want in their museums, but nothing created by ghosts. While we are alive, they can exhibit our objects to show their children how we live and also to help protect the forest. White people fell in love with objects whose owners had killed as if they were enemies, and now they are held behind glasses in the museums to show their children what happened to those their ancestors killed. And their children might ask, those objects are so beautiful, but why have you destroyed their owners? Indigenous histories are remarkable, also in the histories of other exhibitions conducted by large museums and large institutions that deal with indigenous arts. I would like you to tell us, how do you feel about this contradiction of showing living objects or living images in spaces at the museum, because this could damage or maybe potentialize other narratives of arts, but they can also keep our collections to prevent them from dying or disappearing. So after this long introduction, I would like to say that it is an honor and a joy to call here to open the 5th edition of Indigenous Histories. I would like to call curators Cássia Borges Carajá, EDSON KAYAPÓ, and Renata Tumpinambá. Thank you.
I would like to turn it over to each of you, but before that, I'm going to introduce each of you. Edson KAYAPÓ is from the KAYAPÓ people in the Amazon region. He's an activist of the indigenous and environmentalist movement. He is a professor in the ethnical and racial relationships of the Federal University of Bahia, and he's a consultant of the International Organization of Labor. And he holds a PhD from the PUC University, and he holds a history degree. Edison, over to you. Well, I'll go first. All right. Thank you very much for being here. It is a great pleasure to see you all. Guilherme mentioned the first seminar that we had in 2017, and at that time I had the chance of being the opening speaker in that seminar with a number of panels. It was a beautiful moment. And after so many years, here we are again in this beautiful exhibition with so many indigenous people from many continents and also from many indigenous peoples in Brazil. I would like to start off by saying that I would like to dedicate this work to Gaudino Pataxó, Masao Topan, who were violently killed, and also Ozia Terena, who was murdered by the law enforcement agents in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, and also Fernando Forte from the state of Amapá, who died from COVID-19, and the other 1,200 indigenous people who were decimated, who were murdered during the pandemic, and the negligence of the Brazilian state during the pandemic. That is something I wanted to highlight. Marcelino Capoco from the Tupinambá people. He was a great warrior who was murdered in the 70s. The women and children that are victims of violence all around Brazil. I am optimistic, though. Before talking about tragedies, before denouncing violence, I would like to express my optimism about how our people have been growing in terms of numbers. The census provided by the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics shows that there was a very sharp increase in comparison with the census in 2010. And the census tells us about the presence of our peoples in all states in Brazil. And that means that we are also strengthening our traditions, our cosmologies, our languages. We have now a space in the government. We have a ministry now. We are occupying our spaces in universities and culture institutions, including MASP. Speaking about optimism in the present time and where we are requires us to look back and see how things changed over time. Looking back, I remember a document from the 16th century when Pope Paul III stated that indigenous peoples were human beings, because at that time they said that we didn't have any soul. So only in the 16th century did we become human. And when the first colonizers came to Brazil, led by priest Manuel da Nóbrega, they thought that we were a second class of human beings. Manuel da Nóbrega wrote a number of letters that can be found online in PDF. And in those letters, he wrote that the indigenous peoples did not have any faith. And he said that we were able to have faith, but we didn't have faith itself. We didn't have a belief in a certain superior being. And the feeling of having credulity was a vagabond feeling, and that was related to inferior forces linked to demons. Pero Magalhães Vangavo was a high employee of the Portuguese crown who lived here in the first half of the 16th century, and he was in charge of the treasury of the Portuguese crown at that time. And he lived in the northeast region of Brazil, in the coast, among indigenous peoples, and he wrote a book that was published in the second half of the 16th century. And in that book, he talked about a number of accounts about indigenous peoples. But it seems to me that the highest point in his narrative was that he said we could not pronounce the letters F, L, and R, and therefore we didn't have any faith or law and any kingdom. So the letters that the indigenous people did not pronounce related to those attributes, and therefore indigenous peoples were inferior, as Manuel da Nóbrega had already narrated. So that shows the fair wars that the Portuguese started against the indigenous peoples, because they did not accept Christian faith and orders from the Portuguese government. But indigenous peoples could accept faith and the orders of the Portuguese crown, but then they would be enslaved. So it was a situation where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And in the 19th century, towards the end of the 19th century, people said that indigenous peoples were going towards extinction. And it was said at that time that we would be extincted naturally, because we wouldn't be able to keep up with the progress of the nation. And after so much violence, after the arrival of European immigrants that expropriated indigenous lands, especially in the mid-region of Brazil, where many peoples were decimated by Italians, the Brazilian state was under pressure to protect indigenous peoples. And that was when the Indigenous Protection Service was created. And in the 70s, it became the National Indigenous Peoples Foundation, with the purpose of protecting us, but they saw us as people that didn't quite belong, because through that protection, we would be turned into mere Brazilians, and therefore we would cease to belong to our own cultures. That's what they thought was going to happen. And the final report of the Truth Commission that investigated the authoritarian times during the dictatorship here in Brazil, at the end of that report, when it was being drafted, they decided to investigate violence against indigenous peoples. They investigated only 10 peoples, but actually we have over 13 indigenous peoples here in Brazil. And they got to the conclusion that many of us were executed during the dictatorship period, and also, they invaded a number of our territories and used them as concentration camps for extermination. There was also the Indigenous Guard trained to torture indigenous people, and a number of other atrocities were narrated in a document that was the final report of the Truth Commission, and it is also available on PDF. And there was a revolution in the early 90s when we started to participate in the debates about bringing democracy back to Brazil, and also in the constitutional assembly that culminated in the new constitution of Brazil in the 80s. And that assembly adopted a theory written by João Mendes Jr. that said that our original rights, especially the right to land, they are original because they existed before the Brazilian state, and therefore the Brazilian state needed to demarcate and protect our lands and rights. We know that to a great extent the Brazilian state does not spare effort to put our laws, the laws that protect us, to an end, but we resist, and our arts produced by our peoples are not impartial, they are not neutral. On the contrary, they protect our rights, and they are in favor of the demarcation of our lands. They are in favor of protecting our forests, rivers, mountains, and the ecosystems and biomes that surround us. Lastly, I would like to say that all of us as human beings, we have been making a mess on our lands. And our lands will turn us into cosmic dust if we don't do anything about it. So we should live in a manner in which we respect life in all of its dimensions, human and non-human life, so as we can ensure a promising future for future generations, but also for ourselves in the present. Our arts, for those of you who pay close attention, you can see that our arts bring us messages like that we need to respect our lands. Thank you very much, and I'm here to take any questions you might have. Thank you very much, and if you want to ask questions, you can talk to one of our organizers. They can hand you a slip of paper so that you can write down your questions. Now, Cássia Borges Carajá, she holds a degree in political philosophy, and she holds a master's degree from the University of Rio Grande do Sul and a PhD in sustainability. She specializes in origins and women in all Portuguese-speaking countries. And she is a part of a movement of artists, and she is participating in an event, and she is also a participant of exhibitions in a number of institutions in Brazil, in Germany, and also in Switzerland. She is the curator of the Indigenous People Museum in Goiânia. She's a curator in MASP, and she is member of the Rouanet Institute board. Thank you. Cássia, over to you. Thank you very much. I am Jurassic, as I usually say, and age has brought me a number of great things. Not beauty, but patience and many other great things. But I do struggle with things like this. I wrote an introduction because I feel a bit tired and I get lost in words often. And just the other day I could not remember the word wheat. So when I speak publicly, I like to bring something written to read. Time, not time. In the different Brazils that we show in our exhibition, is related to the different types of self-representation, graphism, and our everyday lives. Ailton Krenak said that our future and now, they are linked to our ancestors. They are contemporary, plural, diverse, different, varied, multiple. We are peoples with different histories, different beliefs, and ethnicities. However, we are the same, just like our parents and grandparents, as Elis Regina would sing. Our struggle, our resistance, as we show in our exhibition, is extremely colorful. It has its own body, its own shapes and materials, memories. We are the cosmos, and this is our territory. We are still related to our ancestors, just like the green blood that runs through our veins in the poetry sang by the forests that are now on fire and that are now being destroyed. We are the rivers, the clear rivers that right now are drying out in the state of Amazonas and that are polluted by mercury from illegal mining. Time is today, and not time is everything that came before us and that has always been there. We want to touch our feet gently on our territory, which is now this place, a big building with red columns, and we want to fill it with representation, definitely. We want to fill this space, this building built by Lina Bobardi. The exhibition that we just opened 2 days ago is a major achievement. We are taking back other buildings, other narratives, so that we can emerge with new ones, new narratives as protagonists, and with images. Also with debates about the environment and also decolonial narratives, so that we can create a national art from a perspective that is not in agreement with what has happened so far. And that riot, that revolution would point towards a way back. It would affirm the identity of the original people of Brazil. And honestly, I don't know where we came from. I don't know if we came from China or Africa. What I do know is that this is where we want to stay. We want to continue to inhabit this red lands where anything grows, especially our arts, our laughs, our hope, and our dreams. We cannot live without dreaming. We cannot lose our hope, and we cannot lose sight of the contemporary times. If we think about art, contemporary art, Western contemporary art, where you cannot separate art from life, you realize that we have always been contemporary because we have never separated art from our lives. Our lives are part of art, our body paintings, and the many objects that we use in our everyday lives. We are here now, and that is what the reality is. And that is true. It is real.
I recently delivered a talk in Switzerland, and some Europeans asked me, What could they do to help us? I said, well, first, you shouldn't eat pork. Every time you eat pork, you are deforesting the Amazon forest. But I hope that when I see a child being born, I think that maybe things could change. All you have to do is not damage things. Education should not damage this child, spoil this child. Every time I came to this museum and saw a piece of art being put together, I was able to renew my hope. I believe that now we are experiencing a different moment in time. These are times that these are times when we can enter museums like this using the front door. We are here to show our history, to tell our stories, and we will no longer be just represented by others. So for me, it's very fulfilling to see this exhibition, to see all the pieces of art that have come, to see everyone who's here, all the indigenous people who are here participating in this unique moment. That's unique for me, at least, because I witnessed very drastic situations in life and also in art. I am different from other people, like any of us are. We are unique. But my story, and our story, is right now, here. This is a very special moment for me. This is an accomplishment. And I believe that from now on, this is not going to be just a trend and future, and the future is going to be ancestral. Thank you, Kasia. And let me remind you that if you want to ask questions, please send them in writing so that they can be addressed. I will now introduce Renata Tubinambado, third adjunct curator, assistant curator of MASP. She is the founder of Originaria Produções, journalist, screenwriter, curator, producer. She's been working since 2005 in disseminating indigenous culture through projects. And she was a co-founder, coordinator of Rádio Yandé, the first Brazilian indigenous web radio, also a curator of the festival, movie festival in 2021, also a music festival in 2022, and also of the Ethno Media Indigenous exhibit in 2021 and 2022. She co-created Kokan of F-Loop that gathers indigenous poets from the American continent, and one of the creators and curators of the first Festival of Indigenous Contemporary Music. Good morning. I am very happy to be here with you today. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I would like to start by dedicating a song to women, to Yandesis, to mothers, to midwives, to those who have taken our culture forward to the future generations, to the women of my family who allow me to be who I am today, who allow me to know more about my culture. This was denied and is still denied to many women in 2023. In some states of Brazil, like in Mato Grosso do Sul, Yanessees have had their prayer huts burned, and if you have a maracá like this one, you're also threatened, not just because of the conflict we have in the land, but also the conflict we have with neo-Pentecostal religions who go to our communities and they're not respectful and they prevent other people from practicing their culture. I have a Yandesi collar from a person from Mato Grosso do Sul whose prayer hut was also burned. This is also alarming in other states. Our culture is everything we are. This is our greatest wealth. So I dedicate this to all women, to all mothers, young women. I like to think of my elders. I remember in my childhood the first time I had contact with what you call art. This was through chanting, through songs, different forms of arts. Some people call that witchery, but art is like a witchery. We sent off the air. And colonization was also a witchery that got us sick. But they are witcheries that can set us free. And art is also part of it, part of this enchantment that could be part of our expression. All of us take with us as indigenous peoples, we bring part of these witchery, of this enchantment that allows us to be what we are. And there are indigenous stories that have not been told yet, and they need to do it. And this is why I'm so glad to see this diversity, so many pieces of art made by women from different places, from different ways of thinking. When we talk about time, not time, we think about these other worlds. There was a moment in time when someone came and said that our worlds would not have a place to exist. But diversity goes beyond what we can see. There are still some things that are invisible to our eyes, and we can only see them once we have contact with the unknown. All our lives, we are going to take this path. And every step we take, a new world is going to be open to us. We are going to find new worlds around us. Time, not time, has to do with this absence. That means the constant presence of all times here and now. I am here, but my elders are with me. My ancestors are with me as well. I am here, but the ones that are yet to be born are also with me. All of us carry this commitment when we come from an indigenous people. We have this commitment of sending the message forward. Regardless of our art, our expression, of course we have part of our subjectivity in what we produce in our art, but this subjectiveness is connected to the collective. So one artist might bring a specific perspective, but there are other looks, there are other perspectives there, and the switchery is there. And it has a wider sense. It goes beyond what words could translate. In our cultures, there are things that cannot be translated in words. Some languages sometimes cannot translate some concepts. If I say tekobe, I talk about life, and if I talk about life, I say that life is connected to everything. And some people hear the word life, but they understand it differently. So we see this movement that is not harmonious with the environment. We see that sometimes there is disintegration that has to do with coloniality, with this vertical perspective of time. And sometimes artists have this horizontal perspective to the world. Their walks could be more expansive. We do not see this verticality that comes from above and crashes under it. That's very deep. I started conducting festivals and became a curator because I felt alone in some places. I went to places that had never had an indigenous person before. And this is why I decided that we should create spaces for our own, for ourselves, because spaces we create for ourselves empower us. It's important to participate in other spaces as well, so that you can take our word and also to bewitch them through art, to expand consciousness of humankind that was also colonized. And that's a sorcery bewitched that made us sick. So the colonizer came from other people. That's very strong. But earth and nature are stronger. Nothing is bigger than nature. We'll always find witcheries. We'll always find ways of bewitching the world around us. So I would like to thank artists and everyone who's here today. I'm very glad to be here. Most importantly, we should remember where we came from. And this is why I talk about culture, the way we see things, because all the rest vanishes into air, but this bewitching, this witchery remains. Thank you. Thank you, Renata. We got one question from the audience. I'm going to address that to you. Dayani asks, after this year of Indigenous Histories, will we still have Indigenous curators in other exhibitions? I think this is a question to the museum, but the next cycles have to do with histories of diversity, histories of ecology, histories of madness and delirium, Latin American history. So how do you see Indigenous curatorship at MASP in the coming years? Don't know who would like to answer that. Well, I would like to say something. Of course, this question maybe should be asked to the management team of the museum. But I believe that curatorship should begin, the indigenous curatorship. I live in a city called Porto Seguro on the seashore. And I was there in a hut close to the beach. And there was a light-skinned lady who touched me and said, "You're a pure indigenous." And I said, "No, I'm not pure, I'm KAYAPÓ. Aren't you And Indian, that's the word she used. It said Indian is not the word. And there's even, and in chemistry, we also have something that is similar to this word, but I am a KAYAPÓ. We're close to other groups, the Paiwai, Palikui, so close, even we all go all the way up to the French Guiana. Do you study? Said, yes, I studied history at a federal university in Minas Gerais, and my master's and my PhD degree were taken in São Paulo. And she said, but you're not an Indian. I said, yes, but you first said it I was a pure Indian. And I'm saying that because we indigenous people are everywhere. We take all spaces. The Marcos Terena, who was an indigenous leader, in the 80s said, I can be what you are without stopping being who I am. So we have our brothers and sisters who are, they belong to different groups. They are LGBTQIA+, they are academics, they are everywhere. We have representation in all social spheres, in all artistic domains. And I say all of that just to say that, in my opinion, we need to keep having indigenous curators at MASP, not necessarily myself, but we should have indigenous representatives as part of these curatorship groups. I think that EDSON said it well. I'm going to be brief. And I hope that we have more indigenous persons from different areas of the world and of the country to keep this curatorship, and hope that this really expands to different areas. And indigenous curators could also move into different spaces, going even beyond indigenous arts, as professionals in general, maybe moving outside the box. So I believe that's very important, but that would depend on the space. It depends on the museums. I believe that this expansion could be very positive. Let me think. And why is that I say I need to think? Recently, and I can't remember where, because my memory is not serving me well, somebody saw a picture of me and said, this is a fake picture. There's even Botox in it. Well, I don't have Botox on my face. This is how I look. This is what my beauty looks like. So there is this deep-rooted idea in the Western and in Brazil that we don't exist anymore. And if we have a PhD degree, then you're not an indigenous person. But let me tell you that, yes, we have PhD degrees. We are thinkers, we're academics, we are curators. We have a trajectory in life that was denied to us for a long period of time. But I believe that now we are experiencing a different time. And all institutions need to have representation of indigenous people, of First Nations, at universities, at museums, at art galleries. And we need to take all spaces. We need to take all spaces. So I believe that MASP, the Museum of São Paulo, will not be without an indigenous curator.
Just as a compliment, we had Afro-Atlantic histories and feminist histories. So all of these events continue. They go on, and we just add layers to everything that we do. We don't take them. We have a question from Jocelyn. How would you explain the concept of utilitarian objects and works of art in indigenous art, considering the Marajoara of vase as an art object? And I think that she wrote that some people thought that was strange. I apologize, we cannot hear what she is saying, therefore we cannot translate it. Okay, so her question is about the difference between utilitarian objects and art. Well, I don't think there's any difference. I don't think there is any difference at all. Our body is also a piece of art. Am I right? Our body painting is also part of our art. And Western peoples are also using that because there's no separation between art and life in the contemporary Western art and for us. There was never a separation, and the concept of art and artifacts or handicrafts, well, I think that those are just words. The concepts can change, and they should change, especially now. And we are not separating your art from anything, from your lives. Your contemporary art cannot be separated from your lives. And that was never the case for us either. We can't separate them. We have another 2 questions. I'm going to ask them together because we don't have too much time left in our panel. And of course, we want to give all speakers time to present. This question comes from Brenna, and it is about the challenges of producing art considering the Western time that puts pressure on institutions. And we also have a question from the Kokiri Collective. To bring individuality in our art is difficult because we have many layers. We have the sounds, the colors, the present narrative showing our sensitivities. I think there was actually a comment. So if you would like to answer Brenna's questions and comment on the comment that was made, that would be great. I'm going to address Brenna's question. I think that the challenge is there in every step we take, every place we go. But it's interesting to see how transformations happen through those experiences as curators, and also in our relationship with different spaces and different artists. For example, there was a performance that could not happen because we had some difficulties with the space. Sometimes there are certain restrictions in the spaces where we perform, and sometimes we can't do it. And we know that we need to change that. We need to understand the situation from different perspectives. So I believe that we need to deconstruct spaces little by little. And one of the things that really touched me earlier this year was seeing an intervention, an indigenous intervention, and I think that had not happened for a long time. So I believe that we are now seeing good indications that that transformation is happening. And we know that spaces like museums have a lot of rules that they have to comply with. They have their specific way of doing things. But we are getting ready for those transformations and understanding different places, different possibilities, and different ways of making our environment safe for artists. I think it's all about adjusting not to spaces, but to artists. Not only indigenous artists, but artists in general. When we think about that enchantment or that bewitching, it's all about freedom. And when we talk about freedom, we need to think about all details related to safety, safety for the audience and also our objects. But things are live, they are living, they are dynamic, and museum spaces for a long time have been places where you can see things that are not live, they are dead, and we are now showing that it's the opposite. We are not just showing static objects. We are going to send a Tupinambá cloak to Europe made of feathers, and we don't have any of those cloaks here in Brazil. There are many in Europe, but none here. And some of those cloaks, people are trying to get them back to Brazil. And the one that is in Denmark is going to come back to Brazil. It is going to arrive next year in Rio de Janeiro. So objects in this space are not really objects for my people. They are like ancestors coming back to our lands to strengthen our struggle and our culture in general. And sometimes we need to have some ceremonies or rituals, as many call them. And I think that we still have to build that understanding in many spaces, thinking about our cultural manifestation. But in the experience that I had in this exhibition, I really enjoyed witnessing those transformations. And I think that challenges start from the moment where we are born as an indigenous person, because there's a whole imagery about what we are and what our culture is supposed to be. And our struggle is to make sure that we can be whoever we are. And I think that we are planting the seeds right now in a very positive way in different spaces. Well, I would like to thank you very much for your presentations. I would also like to remind you that we just launched our catalog. If you want to take a look at it, there's a store right outside this room. And thank you very much for being here. I would like to also thank Davi Ribeiro, the curatorial assistant that organized this seminar with me, and he's going to be the mediator for the next session. So Davi, over to you. Thank you so much, Cássia, Edison, and Renata. Thank you very much for all of us here today and all of you who are watching on YouTube. My name is Davi Ribeiro. I am a curatorial assistant. And we have an attendance list that you can sign for those who are watching on YouTube, and for those who are here in person. You can find it right outside this room. You can fill it out. You will find it on a totem and a tablet. Or you can also scan the QR code and fill it out using your mobile phone. And again, if you want to ask questions to our panel members, please feel free to do so. And to do it, you are going to see our staff handing out slips of paper for you to ask your questions. And now I would like to invite to the stage Irene Snarby, Sandra Gamara, Nigel Borrell, and Federico Quatucal. We're going to have 4 presentations. And then I'm going to answer questions from our audience. Irene Snarby is in a doctoral program, and she is part of the Norway World in Northern Art. Snarby has researched and worked in the field of Sami art since the early 90s. For several years, she worked as a curator at the Untitled Art Museum in Norway, and she was a member of the Sami Parliament's Acquisition Committee for Contemporary Art. Besides working as a consultant and curator, Snarby has written numerous articles, edited several publications, and lectured widely on the subject of Sami. Her presentation is called Varves Hidden from the Day. Over to you.
Hallo. Bor Edith. So nice to be here. And the Sami part of this exhibition is called Varves, Hidden from the Day. And Varves is an old northern Sami word designating a state of mind or an ability to sense something before others can, to see and hear more than those around you. It can also mean the ability to predict happenings in the future. The term can be linked to a Sami animistic religion. It is a divine gift when it comes to survival and being a part of nature. But it can also be deeply disturbing, and it confirms a responsibility to tell and warn, as artists often do. Sápmi is the name of the territory in Northern Europe where the indigenous Sami people live and make use of the land. Sápmi includes large areas of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Kola Peninsula of the northwestern Russia. We are a people with a range of livelihoods, such as reindeer husbandry, fishing, and small-scale farming. But most Sami people have the same occupations as the majority population. We share a strong and intimate relationship with nature and with our lands, which is often manifested in tuji. Tuji is a term that encompasses the Sami worldview, spirituality, knowledge, and conceptions of nature, creativity, and creation of objects reflecting life. Tuji is often mislabeled to simply include the products of Sami handicraft, but the concept is far more profound. The Sami people have traditionally focused on aesthetics in all of life's activities, in everything from cups and knives and sledge, traditional clothing, religious objects, performing yoik, a traditional form of singing, chanting, and behavior. The idea was to live so prudently and not to take more than you need, and to leave as few visible traces in nature as possible. With aesthetics infusing everything, there was no need for a concept of art. But in this exhibition, we have two objects from the early 1900s, possibly older, to demonstrate the link and the past, from the past until today for the Sami people. Okay, you need to go in the exhibition to see it. I will explain. There it is, yeah. Okay. Among the engravings on this old needle house is a rhombus, a symbol of the sun. The needle house is a small box or soft case for storing sewing needles when it's not in use. Can you take the next, please? In the reprinted photograph taken in Guavdageno, Kautokeino territory in about 1882 or 83. Of course, you can see it in the exhibition. The weaver and the knitting expert, Ellen Clemetsdatter, poses with two of her daughters, one of them wearing mittens, also with sun symbols. It's this rhomb figure here in the middle. Yes, there you can see the mitten in the middle with the sun symbol. Can I have the next picture? When we come to the hand-colored wood print, Ganda Yaneida, Boy and Girl, it's made by Jon Savio, who was born in 1902 and passed away in 1938. He was the first Sami artist with a formal art education, and this picture is exhibited in a contemporary frames made by Ivar Maraha Makeraisa or Raisa Poshanger and Maria Karlsson. So it's not this picture with a golden frame, it's the picture that you saw earlier. And the frames here, they spring from the concept Gåshayahan Danmil Tjegadovon. Når man viser frem det som blitt skjult, or in English, when revealing the concealed, where the work focuses on decolonizing the pictures of the past. Just keep the picture. The policy for centuries was to colonize Sápmi and eradicate our culture. Since the colonizers probably never deemed Duji as threatening, it represents a continuing practice and has thus been significant part of the dynamics of the Sami culture. As symbols of the sun, our deities often took the forms of rhombuses and crosses. They were not always recognized as symbols symbols of the Sami religion by Christian missionaries. You can switch if it's possible. The Christian missionaries nevertheless destroyed holy drums bearing these symbols and used violent methods to force Sami people to convert. Therefore, in keeping this a secret within Duji, has preserved this spiritual knowledge until today. And here you see the artwork of Ingunn Utsi, Chikti, Bøteren, the net mender from 2008. And here you can see the white sun symbol that is engraved on one of the two enlarged mending tools, made as a tribute to the endless work of the coastal Sami people whose fishing-dependent lifestyle is particularly under threat. Can switch. Where is the switcher? Okay, thank you. The other old Duji object is a string of glass beads with 4 hanging silver balls that traditionally hung on the getka, the baby's cradle. This was not purely a decorative item, but also served as a protection against evil spirits. Silver and other metals were believed to have magical powers. A knife is therefore something that cannot be given as a gift, still today. The recipient must always pay the giver a coin as an act of changing the gift to a symbolic purchase. Switch, please. Jon Ovla, Jon Ole Andersen, born in 1932 and passed away this year. He was one of the great Doyarat, makers of Duji, from the northern Sami area. He has made this traditional knife with a shed magnificently carved out of reindeer antler. And here is something else. The knife here is made, if you can see that it's a knife, it's made by the artist Curatorial, representing a younger generation from the assimilated coast. It is not that brilliantly carved, as he has mounted the steel of the whole antler as a funny ready-made, displaying his lack of proficiency in doji, while also linking it to art history as a kind of Sami pop art. The search for potential of materials is evident here in Dråpene, the drops, by Ende Iver Joks, born in 1932, passed away in 2007. By gently cultivating the shape of the plinth, it appears almost like a vulva, ready to catch the drops hanging over it, like the second before conception. The sexual act is holy and open, not shameful and hidden, as in the colonizers' culture and religion. Here Joks excels in blending the Sami ideals of doji with the concept of art, both Western and modernist. Here in number 1, made in 1989, it is reminiscent of a seidi, a sacred rock, with its sacrificial gifts around it, crowned with a reindeer antler on top. An authentic suopan, a lasso, hangs over the sculpture. This is a very important and highly specialized tool that the reindeer herders depend on when gathering and managing their flocks. By leaving the suopan, maybe as an offering to the spirits of the seidi, the herder also leaves his traditional lifestyle. His skills and wisdom will thereby slowly go back to nature as the suopan decays. Lena Stenberg, like Iver Joks, also comes from a reindeer herder family. The installation Mobilitet, or Mobility, from 2014, has the shape and construction of a Sami lavo, a cone-shaped tent. Living in a lavo was previously more common, although it is still in use in a short-term mobile home that is easy to put up. To keep order in such a small space, everyone and everything down to the smallest piece of firewood was subject to strict rules about where they were placed. Okay, thank you. Where was I? There were strict rules about where they could place things here. The household items on lavvo poles of Stenberg's work demonstrate the different needs of people now and in the past, presenting a parallel way of viewing our surrounding and origins. The artists Nango and Katarina Spikskum has cooperated on the work Rakkas Tree from 2020. A rakkas is a smaller tent that is supposed to be inside the lavo and doubles as a zone of seclusion for couples, excluding the rest of the household, enabling privacy during the sexual meeting between man and woman, the basic unity for creating life. The motifs printed on the fabrics are illustrations of Sami architecture from the accounts of the Norwegian priest and linguist Knut Lem in a book about the Sami people from 1767. Conceived by Nango and sewn by Spikskum, the rakkas is like the frames of Porsanger and Karlsen, a comment on the appropriation of Sami culture and the representative power that lies in images of indigenous culture. Okay, here is the photograph hidden from 2018, from the series North by Aimejotjovna Johansa Maria Helander. And it shows the town of Geron, Kiruna, on the Swedish side of Sápmi. And it's being dismantled due to a long-term heavy mining and the risk of the whole town collapsing into the mines. Mining, wind power plants, and green colonization of land is a great threat to traditional lifestyles in Sami areas. From above, the feathered creature, half human, half bird, makes waving gestures as if trying to warn us. And the next, please. And the uncanny title, Hidden from the Day, also 2018, can be found in Zephaniah's description of the apocalypse in the Bible, but it can also refer to the different underworlds of traditional Sami religion. According to all beliefs, human-like creatures called gofichtar or haldit sometimes appear to Vervesh people in our world. The creatures can bring messages and warnings. As in the previous photograph, Helander again cast herself as a hybrid being, now squatting in a forest during twilight. The ground is covered with feathers, as after a bird fight. The contrast between the beauty of the setting sun and the unsettling pose of the creature makes the message even more intense. The underworld, Saivo, is a well-known dimension in Sami mythology and traditional religion, located right beneath our feet. In Saivo, smaller Samis live similar lives to those above the ground, but the pastures are greener, the animals are fatter, and everyone is happier and more beautiful. The Saivo people are guardians of resources and land areas. If you pay the Saivo world respect and honor it with sacrifices, you may live prosperous life and can even hope to go there after death. But if you ignore or even mock the powers of Saivo, your life can become very difficult. The significance of respect for Saivo still exists among Sami people, some Sami people today. Honoring the Saivo can be done by bowing your head when passing a sacred mountain, asking permission to take firewood when camping, or staying the night on the site where you plan to build. If you sleep well, you know that the buildings will not disturb the Saivo. The photographic work of Gert Rognli, Dan Mai Londo Dieta to What Nature Knows from 2020, is a part of a bigger project of the same name. A natural heart-shaped pothole, seemingly filled with a glowing liquid, alludes a passage downwards, like a portal to the spiritual world or a reflection of the underworld. The color and shape are reminiscent of a vulva and have connotation to the fertility, as in Jøksdråpene. And the function of the rakas, while at the same time illustrating a dimension of the Saivo. Chiskijovset Birehansa Auti Bieskis tassel installation, Crossing Paths from 2014, has its origins in the fringes of the shawls worn by Sami women over their gekti, the traditional Sami dress. For Bieski, the Duji tradition is based on a nomadic lifestyle and the spiritual heritage found in nature, especially when walking, a practical way of falling into the same rhythm as other creatures in nature. The artist finds the same rhythm in a way of making Duji. Britta Marakat-Labba also depicts a migration in her Årstider, seasons, from 2020, traveling from the dark, starry wintertime to the colorful skies of spring and into the bountiful, bright autumn. Not very fond of summertime, the artist only describes 6 of the 8 Sami seasons. Using different textiles, Marakat almost paints a northern landscape as if with watercolors. The small figures with lajugahpir, the old-style women's hat, illustrate the indigenous circular notion of time and how close our ancestors are and how this becomes so clear in nature. And the next, please. The sun is the strongest of nature's power and will keep us all alive, has always been worshipped and concealed in artworks, even when this has... Oh, can you take it back? The sun disappeared. Sorry. Yes. And the next, please. There, yes. The monumental painting Soltegn, the sun sign from 2007, by Alf Sarlo, born in 1959 and passed away in 2013, seduces and lures us to stare at the bright light until it becomes uncomfortable. The sun can be a condition for or sign of life and fertility, but also merciless, scorching and destructive, and thus a symbol of prophecy of climate change. Too many people ignore the warning signs of nature, not thinking about the generations to come. Indigenous artists who have stayed in contact with the spiritual world, trusting their Varvesh abilities, are sounding the alarm. However, the hope that the rest of us will listen and act in order to take responsibility for the environment, the climate, and our continued existence. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Irene, pela sua fala.
Thank you, Irene, for your talk, and I invite you to visit the Varvesh exhibition. You can do that during the break. Now we are going to Sandra Gamarra, who studied arts in the Catholic University of Peru. In 2002, she created LIMAC, a real fake museum, as a response to the institution of vacuum in Peru. Initially based on souvenirs such as erasers, pencils, and yo-yos, Gamarra developed the museum's collection with her painted appropriations and her architectural project for an invisible building under the desert of Lima. Always camouflaged and hybrid, Sandra Gamarra's constant use of painting acts as a mirror that not only changes exhibition formats and narratives, but the very ownership and circulation of Western culture. Sandra Gamarra's talk is called Pachacuti, The World Upside Down. You have the floor, Sandra. Good morning and thank you for attending. Pachacuti is a concept that the Amaya and Quechua world refers to a radical change, to a total transformation of space-time. These changes are periodic and are part of the cycle of life. To think of a world turned upside down from our Western culture which is monotheistic, progressive, a linear temporality, and therefore made of opposites, up and down, good and bad, woman and man, left and right. That leads us to the idea of chaos, disorder, error, regression. But for cultures that belong to and understand the world as a continuous change of orders, circular and undulating, what can a Pachacuti mean? What can it mean when a changing world is turned upside down, bottom up? In this short presentation, I will use indistinctly the word Indio as the synonym for indigenous person, because until relatively recently, Indian or Indio in Spanish was the word used in Peru to refer to the native populations, and it's still in common use. Guamán Poma de Ayala, chronicler of Inca origin, in his world, New Chronicle and Good Government, an extensive illustrated account addressed to King Philip III in 1615, presents the history of the Inca state and in parallel the history of the Kingdom of Castile to finally report on the inanities and calamities that were happening in the viceroyalty of Peru, where his Indian subjects lived at the fringes of the law. That was where his Indian subjects lived at the fringes of the law that was supposed to protect them. The phrase, the world upside down, is permanently repeated as a final litany, marking a rhythm that does not cease, that does not change. As Gonzalo Lamana indicates, the Indians live in an upside-down world, but not in relation to the old Inca state, to what had been their world, but rather to the very world that the Crown of Castile and the new religion declared. This state of exception, which has been maintained since the viceroyalty through the recently born Republic of Peru to the present days, is not the result of a failure of an impossibility of our peoples alone. After 500 years, we can understand that societies based on permanent growth need other societies that live in permanent precariousness, which are sources of natural goods and cheap services, including their bodies and the lands they inhabit. As Yayo Herrero argues, the capitalist system is a cannibal system that needs to feed on other societies in order to survive. With the development of our technology, their bodies are now useless, and it's now more than ever that their land and resources are needed to maintain our outward developing, outward growing, outward knowing lifestyle. I am Peruvian from Lima, and I grew up in a mixed environment of Western culture.
As an artist, I started working with the imaginary of contemporary art, reflecting on its production and circulation from the margins. In an environment where the cultural productions of non-Western societies were not part of what we call history, much less universal art, and history with a capital H. With the same interest, I went back in time, reaching the vice-regal art and its first manifestations in South America. This supposed universality allowed us to organize, decipher, and classify our history, but also other societies and the cultural products they generate, adapting them to structures that, by not corresponding to them, place them in the past, in an underdevelopment or infantilization. My work replicates, displaces, perverts these ways of exposing in order to make evident the devices and artifacts that make this supposed universality, neutrality possible. But only in recent years did the museums start to open up and not only showcasing these objects in our histories, but also the histories and stories that shape them in the present, allowing itself not only to speak but also to listen and to be an instrument of reverberation. The space, which will remain conflictive and problematic, opens up as a zone of contact, as a zone of acclimatization of our mental geographies. In Spanish, history is only one. It is history with a capital H. Then there are the legends, myths, stories. In a country where there are constant conflicts over who should tell the story, who the protagonists of the story should be, and what their role is, it is important for me to point out that histórias in Portuguese, the histórias in Portuguese that are told here, exceed, overlap, cross, fold, puncture this other idea of history. But how do you tell an indigenous story or history if you are not indigenous? The space from which I articulate this exhibition is from the place that opens for the mestizo José María Arguedas. He was born in Andahuaylas, in the southern highlands of Peru in 1911. He is one of the most important thinkers and promoters of the preservation and dissemination of the Andean culture. In 1965, he presented his novel, Todas las Sangres, All the Bloods, at a time where there was still a debate about what the modern Peruvian should be in a struggle between Western progress and Indian backwardness. But he presented a third option, the mestizo or mixed. The mestizo differs from the idea of common race and reveals a person that has multiple facets, a being who coexists between these two sensitivities, who is an active bridge between these two cultures, permanently translating, creating fiction between the two, intertwining the two languages and the two cultures. A mestizo whose existence is conflicting because they belong to neither place but nevertheless inhabit both, who does not understand the existence of one without the other in a project that is not of progress, but of life. As an anthropologist, writer, translator, collector, he is concerned with tracing and recovering the Andean, paradoxically both in the peoples of the Andes and in the peoples of Spain. He is not clouded by the dream of purity, and understands that the development of Andean culture requires the incorporation of foreign elements in a process of assimilation and reformulation of these contributions. In his own words, he said, "Clarification is needed. One always speaks of oneself as the interpreter of the Indian, and that seems to me to be very partial. One cannot know the Indian if one does not know the other people who make the Indian what he is. Only people who know also with the same depth the people or social sectors that have determined that the Indian is as he is now, as he is changing and evolving. Only those can know the Indian well. That is to say that it is necessary to know the total human world, the whole social context. What Arguedas clearly indicates is that before the arrival of the Western world, there were no Indians, there were no indigenous people. There were Quechuas, Chancas, Aymaras, Kimus, Nazcas, Mochicas, Shipibos, Conibos, Ashaninkas. The Indian comes into existence at the exact moment when the non-Indian comes into existence. The indigenous history narrated in Pachacuti is the history of its formal visual representation. How the naturalistic representation of their bodies has accompanied their evolution in political, economic, and social history. Appearing first as a whole, signaling their place in the new order that was established with the conquest, or appearing as individual authorities, but indifferent to the white Castilian. Then it will become a motive of study and organization for the cast paintings, a series of portraits with 16 or 20 paintings where the products resulting from the union of the different ethnic groups that made up the colonial population are presented, and where the project of whitening of a society based on social hierarchies according to the degree of whiteness was captured. This history is also full of gaps, such as those of the indigenous actors who took part in the wars of independence, and that are completely forgotten in the history that is told in schools. They reappear later as an idealized image of the national, as an immovable but voiceless treasure. With the indigenism of the 1930s, the landscape and the inhabitants of the highlands took center stage again and gained interest in the Western society of Lima. The individual portrait, especially in photography, is established as a method of control, first to identify members of peasant communities as individuals and workers, and later generalized among the population with the electoral identification book. From 1979 onwards, the universal right to vote came into force, whether or not one could read or write, which had kept the majority of the indigenous population on the margins of political life. Portraiture, as we recognize it, which is individual and figurative, seems to be the exact opposite of what we expect from indigenous art, which is communitarian and abstract. From our perspective of a single linear progress, that should be the natural development of representation. However, these forms of representation have been approached as tools for these societies' own and original narration of themselves. Without replacing the more traditional ways, but expanding that range of representation, creating what we could call their own zone of contact or acclimatization. I don't speak Quechua, but I know that they have two words for we. One is inclusive and the other one is exclusive. One that is inclusive of the listener, Nuganchik, and the other one excludes them, which is Nugaiku. I imagine that in these context zones we will begin to use them, and if not, to invent other ways of speaking, of identifying ourselves, of grouping ourselves and knowing each other. because our way of knowing lies in making what is outside of us, what is not part of us, what is not ours. We grow from what is outside of us. We love by conquering. We know by discovering. That is why novelty, diversity, traveling are our desire and our luxury. But as Rita Segatto states, the desire for many societies is, on the contrary, to remain in their ancestral lands, in the spaces of which they are part and which are permanent generators of their knowledge. The mask, which I wanted to include in the exhibition with a common thread, is a device of otherness that can help us understand that difference. The mask, as we know it in the West, serves us to be the other, or to hide what we are, and to be able to represent that exteriority. For the Amazonian and Andean peoples, the mask is a tool to bring out of us that which, despite living inside of us, being part of us, is still unknown to us. That which is presented, no longer represented, can be human, but it can also exceed it. It shares existence with animals, plants, with the movement of things, with the forces of this part of the world and of the other worlds. The permanent opposition between the cultures that make up Peru. We had an exceptional moment of violence during the months of December and January 2022, where we had at least 49 victims, and many of them were indigenous people. They were murdered, to state it more clearly. And that happened right at the moment when I began to invite the artists. When that situation happened, we had those tensions right at that time. And it was necessary for us to make that place, the exhibition, a place that caused discomfort, that was strange, and where it would be visible that this agreement of universality and naturalness was never enough, where the disorder of the objects was not a metaphor for conflict, but of the need for the coexistence of different ways of being in the space we share. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sandra. And now the next speaker is Nigel Borrell. He is a writer and expert in Maori art, and he is the curator at the Auckland Art Museum in New Zealand. He was the curator of exhibitions such as the Maori portraits, the Young Fine Arts Museum in San Francisco, and Toi Tu Toi Ora Contemporary Maori Art in Auckland Art Gallery, Toyotamaki, in 2020 and 2021. He was the co-curator of Moa Hunter Fashions, Areta Wilkinson for the 9th Asia Pacific Triennial of Contemporary Art in Brisbane, Australia in 2018. He is from the Piririkau peoples, Gaiterangi, and Te Waka Tohea Maori. And Nigel Borrell's presentation is going to be about rupturing representation. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, he mihi mai oha kia koutou katoa. It's so funny, I had my laptop and I was going to read it, and of course that's when the power dies. So I will just read it straight off here. It's a pleasure to be here with you all and to be part of this project. I was on this podium in 2019 giving a talk on a large project, Toi Tu Toi Ora, which I was going to embark doing a year later. And so as part of this talk, I can reflect on having done that project, but also reflect on the journey of being part of this project at the same time. I thought I would do a generous thing and just give a bit more of a window into how I've curated the section of the Māori representation in Indigenous Histories, and pay tribute to some of the ideas that the artists have represented in their practices, but also some of the themes that I've decided to focus on. You might have heard me say already, but for those that are coming to the symposium today with fresh eyes and ears, when I was asked to curate the Māori section of this exhibition, I thought long and hard about how I wanted to approach that and what I wanted to share with you. From my experience, when we are engaged in exhibitions like this, where we are seeing new ideas, new cultures, being exposed to new concepts, it's often our first introduction and window into understanding another culture. And for me, those leave lasting impressions. So I was thinking long and hard about what impression I would like to leave with you in terms of being part of Indigenous Histories and representing the work of Māori artists. And I feel like one of the most important conversations to be had is the authenticity and the way in which artists represent themselves and their ideas and show continuity or whakapapa, genealogy of making, of thinking, of continuity of a Māori worldview in different ways in their work. So for me, for Indigenous peoples, navigating the politics of representation go hand in hand with the legacy of colonisation and what it's played in shaping these understandings. This complex, often fraught history is intertwined with issues of cultural appropriation, authenticity, and the other. So I feel artists are often navigating those questions and speaking back to them in their work. Focusing on contemporary Māori art from Aotearoa, New Zealand, this section examines and unpacks some of those forms of representation that have impacted and shaped conversations about Māori art, both what I would call interior conversations, so the conversations that Māori artists are having with themselves and with one another, and exterior conversations, a little bit like what Sandra mentioned, the conversations that include everybody and that engage that conversation much more broadly outside of ourselves. Presented through the work of 15 artists, and collectively they respond to those issues about representation and rupture its colonial legacy. In this way, rupturing representation, just move back that slide please. Thank you. In this way, rupturing representation can be understood as a purposeful act. It is about reclaiming and reinstating the forms of representation that Māori feel represent them and centre and empower a Māori worldview and gaze on the world. So for me, within that show, I've looked at three distinct areas that talk about representation. One of those is the Māori modernists, which are a group of artists who came through art school in the 1950s and 60s, and were really our first generation of contemporary Māori artists that were engaging with the fine arts training and applying their Māori worldview and their cultural heritage and understanding to that learning. Art histories called them the Māori modernists, but for me there's nothing more Māori and quintessentially Māori about their work that's different to anything that's produced prior or after. And the fact that they become labelled modernists simply because of the art training that they were not given a choice in. You know, you don't go to art school and say, I want to study this. You get told, and you're trained in a particular way of thinking. So the training that they were exposed to was modernism, abstract expressionism, and these Western techniques at art school. However, they went on to do much more radical thinking and making with that art training. The second section is looking at kōwhaiwhai, which is a uniquely Māori painting language, and we unpack what that might mean. Often when we think about fine arts, we are often navigating the Western art canon as the first conversation. And for me, as a Māori person and as Māori artists, we're actually navigating ourselves and our own worldview as the first conversation. It just so happens in spaces like this and in our large institutions, the dominant culture and the dominant voice is weighted in the Western and in the fine arts traditions that have come from Europe. So it's no coincidence that often our voice is a secondary voice to that conversation. This is an opportunity to turn that around. The conversations that the artists are having as Indigenous people first and foremost, and those art trainings as secondary. The third aspect is the way in which a whole generation of artists are decolonising gender and sexual identities and reconfiguring those ways of knowing that we've had forever around how we see ourselves and those identities and reinstating them in really powerful ways. I find we might say that that's always been the case with our artists and the way we present our ideas. But I've found in the last 10 years that there's been a real explicit shift in how artists are claiming that space and articulating their identity in that way. So those are the distinct themes that I've focused on in my presentation of Indigenous histories and how they all speak to this idea of rupturing representation. So the Māori modernists, within that show, we have 5 represented in the exhibition. Elizabeth Ellis, Arnold Manaki Wilson, Benjamin Pittman, Medi Lodge, and Sandy Adset. The 4 that you see in this slide here all went through Elam Art School in Auckland, New Zealand in the late 1950s and the early 1960s. So they're peers of one another, and they would probably span a 6 to 7 year age difference amongst them. They went to art school in a time when Māori were leaving their rural homelands post-World War II for better economic outcomes, for education, for better livelihood. And it's no coincidence that a lot of these 4 people that you see on the screen came from rural areas to the bustling city of Auckland to learn an art education and to get that fine arts degree. And the works they produced, often the art critique from the art world was how, and in general, is how well you master the technique, the idea, or replicate the practice. And of course, often at art school, you're rewarded for how well you do that and how efficiently you can do that. For me, that's the focus on that as opposed to the content of the work often misses the point of what they're producing. So for artists like Elizabeth Ellis, who is very much influenced by the abstract expressionist movement, she's producing these landscape paintings that talk about Papa Tuanuku, or Mother Earth, and Ranginui, Sky Father. So within our creation stories, we talk about these 2 primordial parents, and the separation of these primordial parents brought about Te Ao Marama, the world of light and life that we live in today. And this comes from a series called Papa Tuanuku, Ranginui and Papa Tuanuku, and they depict her home, rural home landscape in the far north of the North Island. And on the very far side is her cousin Medi Lodge, who she didn't know was her cousin until they went to art school and met one another. And they were staying in a boarding hostel for 2 years. And that's how they met. Medi Lodge grew up in Ruatoria in the east coast of the North Island of New Zealand. And like Elizabeth, they were away from their tribal homelands and from their people, feeling disconnected, but feeling on a similar journey as that generation were when they were going to these urban centres for education and for livelihood opportunities. They both produced works that talked about being homesick. So the works that they produced, while they were through the mechanisms of fine arts learning, they were actually looking at very Māori ideas, and they were actually exploring and responding to what it meant to be Māori, and probably contrasting it to having to live in this city centre of Auckland. Art history's never talked about that. So art history's never talked about those content ideas that sit in their work. They've been more enamoured with the way the technique has mimicked abstract expressionism or modernism or these other these terms. And I find that not so much surprising, but in this day and age, you know, there is an opportunity now that we have Māori curators and voices to articulate what they're actually looking at and what their works were actually about. Arnold Manaki Wilson is a really phenomenal, iconic sculptor of this generation. He would be one of the first Māori sculptors to graduate. He was the first Māori artist to graduate from Elam Art School, majoring in sculpture. And the works that he created were distinct. They were very much influenced by modernist artists such as Barbara Hepworth and Henry Moore. But he went on to do his own unique thing with that knowledge and that learning. Again, we've been more enamoured with the way in which he's mimicked modernist leaders from Europe than we have with some of the ideas that sit behind his work. The small figure you see here is called Mihaya Te Tuatahi, and it's the replication of a Māori prophet who came to rise in the early 1900s called Ruakinana. And where Arnold Manaki Wilson is from, it was in the Tūhoe nation and the Tūhoe tribal people, and Ruakinana was a great prophet around the 1900s and through to today for his tribal ways of his visionary prophetic statements about helping his people. They were icons and heroes to people like Arnold Manaki Wilson growing up. And those were the types of ideas and considerations that they depicted in their work. So they're looking at Māori prophets, they're looking at the cultural heroes that are in their immediate landscape, and then taking those ideas all the way to Auckland, to art school, and trying to find a home for them within the learning that they're doing. Unfortunately for Arnold, while he was at art school, he was directed by the director of the art school not to use any Māori content in his work, and not to be, I believe the director was trying to say not to be limited by your Māori experience to shape your understanding of art practice. And of course, you know, there's different ways you can look at that advice, but it's no coincidence that 2 years after Arnold leaves art school, he starts to produce works that explicitly talk about his Māori heritage and his genealogy, and his practice takes off. So to me, there's something in that for us to learn when we think about the power of our ability to stand in our own understanding of who we are and replicating a practice, or as opposed to replicating a practice in an art tradition. The other artist there is Benjamin Pittman, who was also at art school with these three, came a little bit later, but his works there are called tohu, and they look at our relationship to a taha wairua, or a spiritual realm, in our art making, but also in our cultural thinking. And his works are very subtle. These were done in 2010, so much later, although he went through art school at the same time. These concepts often don't get shared, like I say, outside of the frame of art history. The other section, of course, is ko whaiwhai, and looking at that as a unique Māori visual language. Within the exhibition, we really showcase three distinct moments in ko whaiwhai art making. Ko whaiwhai is the Māori painting tradition found in the rafters of meeting houses, communal meeting houses, and it's the distinct painting practice, often replicated using positive and negative elements to produce design. And within the show, we have a historical piece of kōwhaiwhai or heke rafter panel from a meeting house in the Bay of Plenty to really showcase the practice. And with the advent of colonialism and the introduction of anthropologists and ethnologists shaping our practices, that practice became quite regimented into certain ways of presenting the work. And it's not till the 1960s when this man here, Sandy Adsett, decides that he doesn't want to do landscape painting, that he's been taught how to in his art training. He wants to look at kōwhaiwhai, a distinctly Māori painting tradition, which is what he replicates and starts to revitalise. And so it's quite an amazing moment because he uses colour in a much more dramatic way in his practice. And when you think about this as being done in the late 60s, early 70s, it's quite a drastic move, but quite a bold embrace of colour. And he's known today as a master colourist, but also the pioneer of moving and bringing kōwhaiwhai painting into contemporary practice. And next to him is Ngātai Taiapa, another kōwhaiwhai exponent who has been practicing kōwhaiwhai for at least 20 years, and his work has been informed by working on meeting houses in that customary sense, but also been informed and mentored by people like Sandy Adsett. So in this one slide we have a continuity of art making tradition, and we see its shift and development. Ngātai's taken kōwhaiwhai and perhaps moved it into three-dimensional realms using CNC router technology and computer technology to help shape these works in wood. However, he's also used things such as native natural pigments. So the brown that you see in that work is actually a type of red ochre that he has stained the wood with, and he's made that sit right next to the acrylic paint that sits next to it. And we're really lucky to have 4 of the artists, including Ngātai, join us this week for the opening of the show and for the symposium today. And he's joined by James Korerangi Tapsell and Mahia Te Kore and Lady Shaka, who are here today with us. So kōwhaiwhai is a distinctly Māori practice, and this was an opportunity to showcase it. So the third thing that really I wanted to focus on in this presentation was the way in which, like I say, a generation of artists are really dissecting and thinking about our gender and sexual identities in really empowering ways and decolonising those prescribed gender norms that have been imposed upon us through colonisation. So many Indigenous artists are challenging the historical and ongoing erasure of Indigenous sexualities and gender identities, which have been often suppressed or silenced through the process of colonisation and cultural assimilation. A number of the artists presented here identify as queer and or represent the politic of that in their work. Mahia Te Kore is an artist who creates digital artworks and moving image work that reflects their own experiences and realities as someone who identifies as non-binary. Or within a Māori worldview, ira kore is the term. The reclaiming and the repositioning of one's identity, name, visibility is an expression of tino rangatiratanga or self-determination. So for Māori, we often talk about tino rangatiratanga as a Māori empowered way of seeing yourself, and it's a way of envisaging your future in an empowered way. And that's been applied in this circumstance to think about our identities in the broader sense. This particular work, called Mihi He Mihi Ana, created in 2022, is an interior journey, and this work is a poetic interior journey in reclaiming one's greater identity. It intersects conversations about the gendered, cultural, and metaphysical self. Located on the artist's home marae, it's reflecting on having a tūranga waiwai, or a place to stand. Jessica Hinarangi, or known as Māori Mermaid on Instagram, is another artist who's come to prominence predominantly through the lockdowns, the COVID lockdowns of the last 2 years, but is an artist who expresses her queer identity through her online practice as a Māori woman, a queer Māori woman who works traverse a presentation of what that means to her, both personally, but also on those platforms in a way that's accessible to a much broader audience. Mahe Te Kore and Lady Shaka collaborated on this series looking at Mahuika, the goddess of fire, or the origin of fire in our creation stories and in our cultural narratives in Aotearoa. They wanted to think about long and hard about the way in which Mahuika, through the way in which colonial voices and our anthropologists and ethnologists have framed her often as this witch or as this demon woman. And often our female deity are not revered well in those narratives. And it's often because they've been viewed through the male gaze, whether it's the colonial one or whether it's the male gaze in general. And so for these queer artists, it was a chance to think about that dynamic and that representation. And they've embodied themselves in that representation in producing this series. I just have a little video to share with you.
Te Kore, the great nothingness, the empty void. The Maori creation story is the oldest philosophy of Aotearoa, New Zealand. This begins in the state of Te Kore, the empty, faceless void. Time is suspended in darkness, in a state of latent being and unrealized potential. From the empty void comes the night and the realm of Te Pō, the perpetual night. Within this darkness come moments of movement, the conscious stirring of being, the beginnings of a change towards the realm of becoming. Within the final state of Te Pō Tahuri Mai Ki Taio, the night of turning towards the revealed world, we see the restless movements of life begin. Te wēnga o rangi nui raua ko papatū ānuku. the separation of Ranginui, Sky Father, and Papatuanuku, Earth Mother. This act allowed Te Ao Marama, the world of light and life, to come into being, giving Te Ao Marama to humankind.
So that was a small video work produced by Chelsea Winstanley, which we used to showcase Toi Tu Toi Ora in 2020, which used the Māori creation story to underpin an experience and an understanding of Māori art. And in a way, that's what our artists are doing today. They're using our own stories, narratives, and mātauranga, or knowledge, to talk about and to place themselves. You would have seen in the creation story, it starts in a state called te kore, the great nothingness, the empty void. And these two artists, Tango Ngango and Mahia te kore, collaborated to produce an AR work called Atua. And Atua means deity or supreme being in our language and in our cultural heritage. And they created an AR work whereby you can only see the figure appear when you hold the tablet up to the physical po or the physical post that's in the gallery space. And to me, it's a really clever work because it's in that intangible space that things appear. And when we think about the state of te kore, which is the great nothingness, it's a space full of potential. It's empty, but it's full of potential. You know, Stephen Hawkins talks about this idea of dark matter being a dense matter, you know, from a scientific point of view. And it's only at that point that we acknowledge that it's true. So this idea of what's true or false is already built into our cultural ways of knowing. And the creation story elaborates that, and these two artists have really picked up on that idea with this particular work. As artists that identify as queer, it was a way of thinking about visibility and the idea of transformation being such an important part of their identity. And so the state of te kore and this work, Atua, is a reflection of that. And in closing, Indigenous identity in all its forms of expression is not fixed, but continually shape-shifting. It is in that fluid transition from darkness to light, as found in the Māori creation story, from the state of te kore, the great nothingness, to te pō, the great darkness, to te ao marama, the world of light and life that we all live into today. That there is continuity in that, or whakapapa. Similarly, our Māori artists are asserting control over their own forms of representation and collectively contributing to these paradigm shifts, and in the process repositioning their ways of knowing to sit at the centre, not at the periphery, but at the centre. As the Indigenous peoples of Aotearoa, New Zealand, Māori reiterate and reassert their connection to land and to one another as an ultimate expression of sovereignty and mana. Kia ora.
Muito obrigado, Nigel.
Thank you so much. And to wrap up our round table, I would like to turn it over to Federico, who was born in 1991, Coapan, Cholula, in Mexico. His work is invested in disseminating topics of Nahua, indigenous immigration, social art practice, and cultural sustainability, building from his own experience growing up as an undocumented immigrant and previously holding deferred action for childhood arrivals. His creative practice centers on the intersectionality of Indigeneity and Immigration under Oppressing Anthropocene. At the core of his most recent research and artistic production is the intersection of trans-border indigeneity, migrants, indigenous diasporas, and Nahua futurisms. Over to you, Federico. And Federico will talk about smuggling as resistance. Federico, over to you.
Incredible pleasure, honor to be here. Yeah, so my work is really interested in framing or conceptualizing smuggling as acts of resistance. And I wanted to share some context of how this has evolved as a project, as ongoing artistic endeavors. In the early 90s, my community starts migrating, or better yet said, being forced to self-displace. My parents leave in '95, and it would be almost 5 years before my brother and I would reunite with them in 1999. In 1999, my brother and I are smuggled into New York City and grew up undocumented in the US. And it would be almost 20 years before we would return back home. This heavily marks the diaspora's experience, real lived experiences, ongoing endurance of these forced displacements. During this time, I slowly see how apparent and clear racism, discrimination, othering, and xenophobia exist in the US. Next slide, please. Thanks. In 2017, I receive a professorship job at the University of Virginia. August 12th, I'm relocating to my new home, my new job. The same day, these neo-Nazis are marching on the campus of the University of Virginia. This heavily registers the region, the place, as a strategic place for neo-Nazism to place their rally. They're marching on campus, and then they're also marching in the city. As a migrant, as somebody who's not from the region, as a new professor at this university, immediately I'm thinking, what is my positionality within all of this? How do I respond to all of this? Under so much urgency, how can you respond to this? And also acknowledging all of these layers and complexities of history of this institution and this region. A university that was founded by Thomas Jefferson, who owned slaves, who designed the university to hide slave labor. Next slide, please. Oh, thanks. So as an artist, I'm thinking immediately about the materiality of those tiki torches that they use to march on campus. I'm thinking about those as objects that have potential to respond with, to perhaps weaponize, to speak up, to voice our positionality as undocumented migrants. Next slide, please. And so I lean into what I know how to do best, which is to relive my childhood through this materiality. And thinking about recontextualizing this object that all of a sudden became this object symbolizing hate. All of a sudden, you had to be careful as a white man going into a store and buying tiki torches, sending the wrong signal, right? But so I was thinking about this as a potential to switch around the conversation, to build agency, or what does self-preservation look like, or what is cultural sustainability? Next slide. So the development of this project is to deconstruct the tiki torches and to build kites with the community, with local migrant community, and to really stretch this intergenerational dimension of how do we resist, how do we self-preserve, how do we create gestures and actions in the spirit of peacefully protesting immigration issues. Next slide, please. And so this becomes a series of workshops, of gestures, of actions, of mobilizing intergenerational community under the spirit of peacefully protesting, building kites, flying kites together. At the same time, I am really thinking about how can we critically question ourselves about culture as a weapon, or the weaponization of culture for agency, for self-preservation. Next slide. And so this is when the project really becomes heavily interested in these kinds of inquiries, no? And I don't mean in a way to condone violence, but I'm more interested in critically asking how does culture become weaponized in order for self-preservation, in order to speak up, in order for building this intergenerational resilience. And I start looking at these phenomena or pockets of culture across the world using kites in many different ways. Right around the same time that this project is being developed, I see Gaza protesters using kites to launch Molotov bombs over to Israel as their own way of resistance. Next slide, please. At the same time, I see these beautiful gestures in Guatemala, using these 40, 50 feet high kites, flying murals as their Day of the Dead tradition. In the southern coast of Oaxaca, this community uses kites to fish, right? This literal gesture of survival instincts, of using these cultural tools as a way to work with the surrounding environment. And of course, our beloved Francisco Toledo in Oaxaca, using kites to activate, invite community to protest peacefully and remember the 43 missing students. In 2018, I meet Pedro Cuacuas from my home state, Puebla, Mexico, one of the best kite makers in the country there. At this point, I still cannot freely leave the US. I'm still under DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. But I'm interested in how can I smuggle this into the US? And I start thinking about embracing my own narrative, my own experience of being smuggled, and how can this become a sense of weaponization, right? To continue to smuggle other objects or other actions like this. So this is when I start smuggling natural straw material from Puebla and building these kites in the US, and of course working extensively with Pedro across that border, right? And I start using emergency thermal blankets, thinking about immigration detention centers and this material, this object that they hand out to children and families that are detained there. Around the same time, Donald Trump declares a national emergency of a threat, of an invasion, of a caravan from Central America threatening to take over the country. And this becomes really this tense moment of who is the invasion? Who has been the invasion? Who is the threat? How long has this invasion lasted? Did the invasion start 500 plus years ago, or did it start then? As part of these kite showings and flying and workshops, there's this extension of inviting the community to donate or bring together donated items for the detention center 20 minutes from where I live in Virginia for the children that are detained there, that are separated from their parents. At the same time as we're collecting love letters and really creating or amplifying this sense of solidarity, love, and care for these children and these detention centers. And so as part of my practice, I am really interested in this ongoing endeavor of how else does smuggling become a sense of self-preservation, of endurance, but also of building an imaginative or a speculative future where we are already thriving, where we are intergenerationally not just surviving, but thriving. In 2014, my community starts to smuggle this annual carnival that we celebrate in the communities of Cholula, Puebla. And I love this idea of if we don't know when we're gonna go back home, if we're gonna go back home, can we bring home with us? Can we create these moments of smuggling our own home into this other home, right? And in a way, it becomes a sense of defying borders, of erasing those borders. And so I start integrating these wearables of this carnival with artistic interventions, thinking about futurity, thinking about how is it that we build that for ourselves? How can we see ourselves in a future, but a future that is not the same narrative that is dominated by Western white future imaginative. We become time travelers. We start existing on both sides of the border. That border becomes erased. It becomes obsolete in the future. We're thinking about existing in the past, present, and future at once. We left everything in the past to subsist in the present, to hope to return to the past and the future. The past and future is the same for us. We embody time. So in this time traveling of colliding, collapsing time and operating in these temporal and spatial dimensions, how does that start defying these borders? How does that start building a sense of futurity for the diaspora and for the community that was left back home? The aliens arrived in the nautical ships. They didn't know they would arrive in the future. They still don't know. We are the future. In the future, we've already prospered, thrived, and defied every border, every kind of border. Next slide, please. This is a video, if it can play. Maybe? Thank you. The uncertainty of ever going back home presses an immigrant to constantly inquire, what is home? And how does one reconstruct this intangible sense of home in the past, present, and future? These ongoing productions explore existing simultaneously in two places, dimensions of time, as an immigrant's ability to embody a transborder life, navigating the past, present, and future at once. To belong is to reclaim territory. In this case, it is a transcendence of time and space as a means to reclaim a new dimension of territory or place that must exist in between two worlds, between the past and the future, between two geographic identities, between one's many selves. Smuggling traditions is amplified as acts of resiliency, self-preservation, resistance, and self-rematriation, and a dimension of transborder indigeneity and one's many selves. To be an alien, to be the other, to be the threat, to be the dream, to be the backbone, to be the invasion, to be a cultural nomad, to be invisible, to be more than 500 years of historical weight, to be a pinche indio, to embody hope. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Federico.
Thank you, Federico. I'd like to thank everyone who was part of this debate. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. There is no time for questions, but I would like to invite you to take this opportunity, this lunch break, to visit this exhibition. And to wrap up the first part of the seminar, I would like to say that it was very clear in the opening session and in this round table, as well as the first introduction made by Guilherme. As you also see in the exhibition, I mean, it is clear to all of us that there is a new sense of universal belonging, and I take it as Sandra Gamara's words for that. So we see that difference. We see that now MASP space is being occupied by this. So something developed based on other perspectives, different from the Western perspectives of territory, time, borders, or limit, and they base themselves on strategies of resistance against racism and the violent threats that indigenous people receive everywhere in the world. So this was very clear in what everybody said, and the common element that binds everyone's experiences, the experiences of indigenous peoples all over the world. So here's my invitation to all of you who are here in the auditorium, as well as those who are watching us from home. You should visit our exhibition that will be here until February. Then it's going to be moved to Norway, where it will be from April 26 to August 25 of next year. We will resume our session at 2 p.m. at the auditorium. If you want to visit the exhibits, and I believe all of you will, just let people know so that you can visit. And of course, you can also put your belongings in storage. So thank you once again for your participation. I'd like to thank all speakers. I would also like to thank MASP's team that were involved in the preparation of this seminar and in the exhibition. Also like to thank the interpreters of sign language translation, of oral interpreters, and the streaming team, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Daniela Rodriguez, Assistant Curator of Mediation and Public Programs of MASP. Welcome, whether you are here at the auditorium with us or live through YouTube. The recordings will be available in our channel if you want to watch them later. It is an honor to be here as the mediator of the second roundtable of this seminar that wraps up such an important cycle and represents the opening of the exhibit of Indigenous Histories. After the presentations, there will be some time for debate. Feel free to send your questions or comments using the pieces of paper we have, and they're being distributed to the audience. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can send your questions through the chat. To get the certificate of participation in this seminar, you need to fill out the attendance list, which is outside the auditorium in a tablet, or by sending your name in the chat on YouTube. This seminar is being broadcast in 4 links of YouTube simultaneously, one with the original audio, the other one in English, another one in Spanish, and the 4th one in Portuguese. And we also have Brazilian Sign Language interpretation in all of them. To start the second roundtable of this seminar, I would like to invite our speakers, Abraham Cruz Viegas, who's going to talk about the construction of self, Michel Lavelle, and Vanessa Leon Fletcher. We're going to talk about nourishing relations, family, community, and land. Bruce Johnson McLennan, desert painting histories, and Lena Stenberg, borders. So please join us here. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today and share your work with us. Let me start by introducing Abraham Cruz Villegas, who's going to be the first one to talk, and then I'm going to introduce others once he finishes his talk. He is an active member of the Intergalactic Taoist Tai Chi Society. His work has been part of exhibitions in institutions such as the 10th Biennial Meeting of Havana, the 50th Biennial of Venezia, the 6th Seoul Media City Biennale, the Tate Modern, the 10th Biennale of Nicaragua, the 21st Biennale of Sydney, also the Honolulu Biennial, Museu Universitario de Ciencias y Arte, and the Contemporary Austin Museum and Bass Museum of Art, among others. In 2016, the Harvard University published his collected writings called The Logic of Disorders. You have the floor, Abraham. So let's start with you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank Adriano, Guilherme, and the whole MASP team for conducting this project, and also the series that is called Histories, which seems to be the basis of critical thinking on identities and how it interacts with art. I also like to thank you for the series of publications that you're preparing, in addition to seminars like this one, which is crucial for the development of knowledge and diversity. I would also like to thank my family that has supported me in this project. I'd also like to thank Haru Hashiki, who has been my right arm in investigation, and he's also part of that. I would like to start by talking about the title of this project called Indigenous Histories. I am not an Indigenous person. Anyway, I would have to talk about the experience of not being an Indigenous person in a country you know today as Mexico. And also, a project called Indigenous Histories involves histories, stories, reports maybe reports and stories and not exactly histories. Federico also mentioned that during his presentation, thinking about the micro story of each person and how we can move towards truisms. So I will talk about the way that I work as a curator. That is called the construction of self, and is in the exhibit that combines the pieces of work of several artists. And I'll show that as micro reports. For each one of these works, I have written a piece of text, and I'm not going to describe them here. You can go to the exhibit and read them. But I'm going to tell you short stories about each one of the participants. There are some texts that I've written in the catalog and also in the exhibit room. So I'm not going to bore you by reading the same text you can see at the exhibit. As a human being, as an artist, as a citizen, I can attest to a series of contradictions inherent in the construction of my identity, which in turn have their rhizomes and mycelia tangled with other confusions, as precarious as mine. And this is the raw material of my works. This is how I do everything. This is how my daily life is. Disorder, chaotic, cumulative, illogical. On the one hand, my mother is a descendant of Añus, who migrated to Mexico City to integrate into the promise of modernity and progress that the Mexican Revolution brought with it more than a century ago. They soon linked up with other people expelled from their context of origin in search of similar opportunities. My father was born in a Puerpecha community from which he was also uprooted from childhood, without having access to their language, their customs and traditions, their culture. I didn't either. On the other hand, there are also those who I consider to be my ancestors. They are people who describe other lines, other journeys, other reasons for traveling, among many others. A self-exiled Cherokee, a feminist Jew, a vagabond Tagalog hippie, a punk descendant from people kidnapped from the vast territory known as Africa to be enslaved in other latitudes. Their names are Jimmy Durham, David Medalla, Caroline Schneeman, and David Hammonds. They, among others, are part of my genealogy. Their genealogies are also vague, unstable, and contradictory. With this awareness, I decided to accept Adriano Pedrosa's invitation to propose a set of works that could be part of the general project called Histories at MASP. This is how I built the set, the one that is being exhibited, just like when I make a sculpture, in which there are diverse objects that dialogue with each other, where there is friction and exchanged glances. The links that could be generated between them, these looks, based on the audience's perception, would compose, as always, other routes, other meanings. And it also happens that these objects have many lives. Some could be perceived as new, while others as very old. They talk to each other, ask questions, observe me in turn, pass through me and question me. They also ignore me. They transcend me, especially in the perceptions of those who see them as sets, as wholes. The diversity of the things that make up a work of mine is also freed from me. The whole speaks for itself in its internal dialogue without the need for a vertical story. It is autonomous and free of my interpretation. It walks. This is how this project is made, with that dignity and with that respect for each element that makes it up, beyond me. How can we generate coherence where everything is unstable and diffuse? in the assumed inefficiency of my gaze and my declared delirium in the face of any type of purist or specialist logic, I embrace the possibilities represented by beginning by ignoring the concept's paradigm or identity as they have been taught to us. The first, without trying to generate a new one, a new paradigm, I'm not interested in that. And the second as a vital church of identity. A definitely unfinished project, a plurality of frictions that take shape in space, unconnected, and ideally free and autonomous. For me, Indigenous Histories is like that as a whole, including the section that I organized. When the curator enlisted me, I understood that it was important for the proposer to recognize in the works a possible desire of self-representation on the part of the authors. And this became a complex and powerful enterprise. Structurally, it meant and means what is and what is not. I have learned a lot. Thank you. The works that make up the section that corresponds in this exhibition to the region that we today call Mexico are linked by their possible inherent instabilities, taking into account the positions of each person who has made them, their affiliation or not to any of the cultures of the peoples and nations that have existed and are still alive in that territory of ancestral and contemporary beauty and violence, occasionally also complex to discern. So let me start by showing you some images. This is the landscape we know as Mexico. It's a landscape of challenges, like the one portrayed in the work of Miguel Fernandez de Castro, an artist whose town, whose family was divided by a political line called border between states that absorbed colonized nations. Miguel's is called a Hono Odham. Abraham Gonzalez made this mural, especially for this exhibition. It's a new mural that was produced 10 days ago. And he understands that this work is going to be destroyed once this exhibition is done. So its destruction as such affirms a political position in terms of Mexican art. And for times, for example, that have flattened identities and languages. So it relates to the times when we had muralism. And also there is here a point, there are transversalities that relate to nature, architecture, and since this is a museum where this is. This is from 1916. And it is idealized, where indigenous people from the past, represented by a classical styling, the history of art, that do not correspond to history. Those are old gods that represented deities of some peoples, maybe Aztecs. And obviously there's some romanticizing of the hereditary aspects of the past and not the present. This is another present depicted here in this exhibit. This is a facsimile of the Bourbonic Code. This is an exhibition that was ransacked, and in some places it is kept as the heritage of nations that inhabit in Mexico. It is not only a piece of art, but also knowledge for the production of the future. Maybe what we will call a calendar today. And the artist that produced that, so it was an artist that executed that as a part of a shaman ritual. And this can only be called art today. Mardomio Magana was the guardian of the doors of the museum where students were trying to take classes in art in the arts college, and they found this man. He loved pieces made in wood, and they found with him this particular piece. So he was a peasant, and he only considered himself an artist when somebody, quote unquote, discovered him, and that became a symbol of nationalism that will place indigenous in an idealized position.
And he also founded the Mexican School of Sculpture, and there was also a Mexican School of Painting. And Herman Benegas, he's still alive, and he is a contemporary artist from the state of Puebla, and he is a scholar who studies the pre-Columbian cultures, especially the representations and iconography of Aztecs and their deities. And he creates hybrid forms together with Buddhist representations, especially Taoism. And he portrays his own identity because he is Buddhist himself. And as we said in the first panel in the opening, one of the speakers said that a person who is an indigenous person can also be an engineer or a teacher, and in this case, he was a Buddhist. Hermenegildo Bustos was a merchant. He sold fruits, and this is the portrait of his sister Dionysia. And he was, quote-unquote, discovered by the artists of the 20th century to glorify a past that could represent a nationalist affirmation. The proportion is a bit off here because he would paint on some small plates made of copper, but he was an amateur painter, I insist. Alfredo Ramos Martinez created once again an idealized image of indigenous people. But at some point, after observing a number of his works, we can see that all the faces look the same. I imagine that at some point he saw a person, an indigenous person, and they all look the same in his representation. It's like a pattern. And in his work, he created a style for the representation and identification of indigenous people. Maria Izquierdo was a painter that mid last year was marginalized in the moralist representation. And in this case, I am interested in the representation of the female body without any idealization or erotism. We don't know if this body is rising or falling. She's not wearing any traditional clothes, and it's not a nude body. And considering the Western culture, this is a female body represented by the male gaze. And this is a screenshot of a video by Daniel Guzman, and he represents himself as a person that's half living, half dead. And the title says, "The Man That Should Be Dead." Maybe he's asking who should be alive instead of him. In this sense, he adds to this question an issue related to the culture and the languages that no longer exist. This is a robotic piece of work by Fernando Palma. And he speaks Nahuatl, the language spoken by the Aztecs. He is an engineer, and he's also an artist, and he creates these robots that come to life, just like werewolves or men that are half man and half jaguar. And this is what you can see in the video. These robots represent men that become machines. This is a type of nawal. We don't know if it is dying or if it is alive. And this is Andy Medina's work. She's an artist, an Oaxaca artist, and she proposes these signs that people can take home with them when they visit the exhibition. And these are texts written in the local language, and it says, "Who's the illiterate person now?" This is how it is translated. And this is an animation by Mariana Castillo, in which we tell the story, we see the story about interpretations that are parallel to those that we know. This is Federico's work, and he talked about his personal project, and he told us a little bit about papalotes en Resistencia. That is the name of his exhibition. And he came to São Paulo to produce one of them, one of the kites, and he actually smuggled one of those pieces through traditional ways, and he brought wood to build the kites. And he used the material that he described in his presentation, the blankets used for protection. And this is a self-portrait by Rufino Tamayo. This artist represents a very significant group of Mexican art from the muralist movement. This is a painting made in 1931 in New York, and it translates the consciousness of the self, where it is obscured. Tamayo is from a generation of people that were forced to live the experience of a project that appealed to a cosmic race. It was a sort of a mixed race. And let me try and explain this to you. This would hide and appeal to a national identity. And Tamayo never admitted his indigenous origin, but this is how he represented himself. Noé Martinez creates a dialogue with himself and the mask. One of the speakers here told about the masks and the different perceptions of masks in Western cultures and other cultures. And Noé is also from Aztec origin. And he is talking to himself in his own language, with and without a mask. Maruti Santis Gomez takes pictures of his everyday life since the 80s, and he describes his environment, his household, with short descriptions such as the ones that we see here. You know, the strands of hair in his comb, and when he dies, the owner is going to take this. And at the bottom, we can see that soup, vegetable soup, is a very good meal, and we almost don't eat any meat because our family cannot afford it. These are descriptions of the everyday lives. If a couple wants their child to be a boy, they need to buy certain foods and eat certain foods, certain vegetables. And if the potato, for example, has two sort of heads, it will be a boy. And in our household, we cannot eat any chili. This is my everyday meal. So these are descriptions of the everyday lives. And this is a work by Minerva Cuevas. It was printed, and the paint that she used was chocolate. And it says that the indigenous person, the worker, the revolutionary, the slave, they are cannibals. Rodolfo Morales is also a 20th century artist, and he made this representation of his people. Here we can see women looking up to him. And Francisco Toledo Federico mentioned him briefly in his presentation. He is a spectacular contemporary Mexican artist. He is also an activist, and he was very well known in Oaxaca, and he had many cultural projects that to this day have not been appreciated as they should. He created a graphic arts library and a graphic institute, a graphic art institute. He also founded the Alvarez Brado Photograph Center and many other projects that made Oaxaca a cultural hub for the entire world. Carlos Merida was from Guatemala, and he lived in Mexico throughout his life. And he worked with a geometric abstraction coming from representation patterns that looks like pyramids, and especially from the Maya culture. Maria Sosa presents these clothes that are known as chipetote, and they represent the fertility goddess as a representation of a snake. Ramon Canomania started a new way of representing indigenous peoples wearing their traditional clothes in a very exotic environment. And he became a symbol for nationalism in the 20s. And this is a bit of a weird painting by Frida Kahlo. She's not representing herself, but she is present somehow in the clothes that she portrays, and especially in the Huantepeque, the piece of clothing that is represented right in the middle of the painting. And the name of this painting is My Dress is Hung Here. And this work was presented in New York. Ana Hernandez is from Huantepeque, and she is the one that produces the fabric that she uses to sew especially tops and blouses, and she resorts to abstraction coming from tradition. Yutzil is an artist, and we share the same representation, the cross, which has a colonial history. And actually, that is our family name, Cruz, which means cross in Spanish. And she uses physical anthropology, and she makes reference to racism. And it has not been a subject for a long time in Mexico, up until recently. And the destruction of cultures and languages, it happens, and it is accompanied by the fact that now Indian is a derogatory term. So in her work, she talks about the issue of racism in Mexico and also the issue of social classes. Alberto Ruiz is an artist who, by using the ancestral techniques in his hometown and in his family, he resorts to abstraction, but he also brings a type of conceptualism with these tapestries, and you can walk on them in the exhibition. This situation in which we have fine arts and their friction against handicrafts, we can't really see a very well-defined border between the two. And I also wanted to include in the activism section some collectives, and one of them is Tirani. And you can watch the video that they put together in which they talk about their struggle and a battle that they had in 2011 against the Talamontes and political parties, narcos, and the law enforcement. And they created a very solid community by isolating themselves. And they continue to have autonomy, and they created, since the very beginning, an artistic project that is part of their identity. They are purépechas, And as the Betiran group, they are at the margins of the society, and they organize themselves according to their customs. They're not associated with political parties. And what they wanted more than anything was to be able to reclaim their culture. And finally, let's take a look at the video. Those who are from here, those who are not from there, we look at the horizon and we see between forests and mountains, we see life thriving. We fly high, we fall, we get back up, we win and lose in this dance of senses in a common force. And to finish my presentation, I would like to mention that we have to accept the monumental injustice that happened, and I would like to mention the Zapatist movement that I could talk about for hours and hours, and it was probably one of the most important movements in my country. In 1994, they took to arms, and many indigenous communities in the state of Chiapas, they rioted to challenge and question the many injustices that they were the victims of for many years, and they had nothing to lose. And the biggest model for the Zapatist army was how they could turn an arms movement into a cultural one. And now they want to create a network of knowledge and exchanges that allow for the creation of something that looks like the future, based on scarcity of basically everything, including dignity. They talk about a collective self, a self that we all are, and for everybody, everything, for everyone, everything, and for us, nothing. And I would like to finish my presentation by singing a song that my grandmother used to sing, and I hope I won't offend anyone. It is not my intention. And it is also not my intention to try to follow Renata Taupinamba's presentation when she sang a song of her people. And when you visit Mexico, please let me know.
Thank you. Thank you, Abraham. So let me move on with our program and our next speakers. Now we're going to have a shared talk between Michelle Lavelle and Vanessa Fletcher. So let me introduce Michelle first. She's a mother, a curator, and currently holds the inaugural position of Director of Indigenous Ways and Curatorial Initiatives at the National Gallery of Canada. Her curatorial practices frequently explore the colonial relations that have shaped historical and contemporary culture through several exhibitions, including Radical Stage, Professional Native Indian Arts, Moving Forward, Never Forgetting, and Blow Your House, Vernon A. Key. So, Michelle, so I will ask you to name your name of your people, because I'm the illiterate person here, very difficult to pronounce the name, so I'll ask you to please let us know the name of your people. And I'm also going to introduce Vanessa. And Vanessa, please correct myself in the pronunciation of your ethnic group. Vanessa from Clapton is a Lenape Ethnics and Paraomi. She's a neurodivergent artist who uses several elements such as menstrual blood to review the complexities of all defines a body physically and culturally. She talks about a genderized body, indigenous body, and neurodivergence through the textile performances, also video. So you have the floor, and please feel free to share the microphone the way you prefer.
Ani Bojo Kiwetinquain Indígenas. My name is Michelle.
Meu nome é Michelle Lavalle. O meu título profissional é de curador.
The language that was stolen from my ancestors is Anishinaabe-Mowen, and I have the privilege to live and work on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. And I want to start off also by thanking you for bringing song into this and welcoming all of our ancestors that that energy we carry with us when we come into these spaces, especially together as Indigenous people. And I also like to acknowledge the Indigenous territories here in Pindorama, now what we call Brazil, and in particular Piratininga, what is now called Sao Paulo. Both Vanessa and I come from what we now call Canada, and what's been amazing here is hearing everybody's stories and experiences to really understand the parallels between a lot of our experiences and histories, but also the diversity and distinction that exists amongst Indigenous peoples across the world. A little bit about the exhibition. I had the privilege of working with an amazing, brilliant team of women. Jocelyn Pyranine, who couldn't be with me here today, Alex Nawagabo and Wasan Dio Cross, and myself collaborated on this project. As was mentioned, we work within a new department that was recently formed at the National Gallery of Canada, which is a big deal. I don't know if there's anywhere else in Canada or other Indigenous organizations that have hired more than one Indigenous individual in senior management positions. And so it's really showing the commitment of the gallery in moving forward, finding ways to reconcile our complex histories and build the connections with communities. And in pulling together this exhibition, one of the things I would like to share is we focused on two collections to bring forward just the tip of the iceberg of artists and making that happens in Canada today by Indigenous peoples. We really were conscious to not want to focus on too heavily the colonial history and the negative legacy of that and the impact, partly because there's a lot of harm in having to relive that, although it is deeply embedded in the artwork that artists are producing. But we also, and I think it was so beautiful when you were talking about Sapmi and the idea of focusing on the knowledge and the practices that are at risk as a result of our complex histories. So the team really wanted to focus and highlight on Indigenous ways of being, looking at what connects us, looking at our relationship, but also our responsibilities as Indigenous people, not just to one another, but all living beings, and of course the territories and the land that we're in. Looking at contemporary issues that are not Indigenous specific issues, they really are issues that impact everybody, and learning from and looking at these patterns of how individuals have had to survive and become resilient is something that will benefit everybody as we move forward. And we're extremely excited. Again, I'm not sure how much everybody knows about Canada and the Indigenous peoples there, so I think it's also important to recognize that we have 3 overarching groups for Indigenous peoples in Canada. Of course, we have First Nations like myself, which includes many, many nations all across Canada with many, many diverse languages and distinct ceremonies and practices, art forms, ways of making, ways of working with materials in the land. We also have Inuit in the north of Canada. Again, a very distinct First Peoples that is recognized in Canada, but also has a very, although parallel, a very different history to First Nations people in Canada. And then, of course, with Contact, we also recognize the distinct people coming predominantly from the prairies, but not exclusively, with the intermixing of predominantly French and Indigenous cultures, the Métis. And I think, just conscious of time, I'd like Vanessa, if you may, speak a little bit about your work in the exhibition, because I think it overlaps a lot of the themes that we're talking about here. Of course, this one particular piece of your work, but also the body of work that you produce and what you are sharing with us.
I'm going to introduce myself in the Lenape language, and just thank you to all the interpreters working today. Kunganawa lomwa, ni jishinzi vanasa, ni ha Lenape, wak potawatame okwao, non giai al napawi la kawit, shikniwikian Toronto, kwaikishkwik noli lindum, anishik. So this is just a few words to introduce myself in the Lenape language. The Lenape people, which are my maternal ancestors, our traditional territories in New York and along the Delaware River, New Jersey. Very few Lenape people still live there. We were displaced in the 1700s to the US state of Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Kansas, and to the Canadian province of Ontario, which is where my reserve is, and then our neighboring reserve. And so that's some of the kind of larger displacement of our people. My individual family was displaced from our reserve community through colonial laws of enfranchisement and residential schools and violence. So we ended up living in the city of Toronto, or Takaranto, the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat people. And I grew up in the suburbs, and I grew up, slowly learning this history and feeling a lot of pain and absence of my Indigenous knowledges and history. And I also grew up with a lot of the joy and laughter and strength from my family and community. And when I got a bit older, I wanted to learn more and especially to feel more and to find my way to different homes. And I wanted to do that in a way where I didn't use any English. So I studied printmaking at York University, and I took a class in intaglio printing. And in this class, we learned how to take copper plates and mark them, run them, like mark them with like a piece of steel, like draw into them. And in my first assignment, we were asked to think of different tools we could use to mark this plate. And I decided to attach them to my feet. And then after I graduated, I was still really interested in the way that this copper plate could take on the feeling and history of my body, as well as the feeling and history of the land. And that the image that was produced was not one of my foot or one of the land, but it was the process, the movement and the pressure between my physical self and the physical ground. So I continued to tie these copper plates onto my feet and walk around in places that were significant to me, near my home reserve, near the place where I live now, and then also in Nunavut, where I had visited the Inuit people. And you can see the prints in the exhibition, but I think the best part about the process of this walking was feeling the heat and the cold, because copper is a great conductor of energy. And I was amazed about how much warmth or cold, just such a variation of temperature could be felt through this copper on the ground.
Thank you for sharing that with everybody. I know even as what I started saying before is this idea of working with two collections, and as curators, as arts administrators, also looking to change the ways that we collect art and exhibit art, moving away from models of ownership to stewardship, and really appreciating what these amazing collections hold. Looking at them like bundles. In some of our cultures in Canada, we talk about these collections and the artwork that artists are making as carrying forward our stories, our everyday experiences, our cultural experiences, but really as sacred bundles that are being formed together for current and future generations. And part of that is also acknowledging the, for lack of a better word at the moment, those early trailblazers who, without all their efforts, they are the ones who literally kick down doors to enable individuals like myself to hold the privileged positions that I have had the opportunity to hold. And I think also to support and uphold more emerging generations artists' voices, to make sure that our artwork was recognized and not just relegated to the past, which happens, as we've been hearing, with many Indigenous cultures, art making and objects, but really to be upheld and exhibited in places recognizing the skill and the the efforts that go on as an equivalent to our non-Indigenous peers. And I don't want to put you on the spot again, but I'm going to. But I know we were talking a little bit too about the impact some of the senior artists in the exhibition have on you personally. And it was important for the team to ensure we had that intergenerational voice and to really show those connections.
Absolutely. I think it's something that it feels is very special. I don't know how much it exists. We've heard a little bit about the kind of generations of artists in other places, and I was like in the recent past, in my experience in Canada, having artists like Rosalie Favel and Jim Logan, Barry Ace, and Marianne Nicholson. These are all some more established artists in the show, and many of them I've had the opportunity to work with at residencies, or who are always more than willing and excited to come in and speak with me, or do these kinds of talks and learning together. And I think we benefit so much from that community of the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis artists, where we build those connections across nations, kind of under the umbrella of the settler state of Canada. And that generosity and hard work and is, I think, shown in the exhibition by the inclusion of the more emerging artists.
Thank you again for that. Again, with not having the assistance of images from the exhibition, but it is just upstairs, so I'm really excited, if you haven't, to have the opportunity to take it all in. It really has been a privilege. I really appreciate the hard work and commitment of all the teams, behind the scenes and up front here at MASP, also the support of Kode and the many other people who make this happen. I understand the immensity of having a show like this in these territories, these also unceded territories, and the opportunity to see the parallels between the exhibitions. I think the introductory space looking at activism from Indigenous voices and perspectives is particularly important, and while maybe not a focus intentionally for all the spaces, as we've often talked about, the works, the making of work by Indigenous artists is an act. It is an act to get our voices out there. The curating, taking up these spaces, particularly in colonial institutions, they're not my space. I have to occupy it like many of those before me have. But in doing so, we can move things forward to ensure these important voices are there to remain for these future generations. It's so easy. Again, I could go on and talk about individual pieces in the exhibition, but I much more prefer everybody to take it in and interpret it for yourselves. I do think it is, all the works are relatable on levels that as human beings we can recognize, our spirits can recognize that. But even looking at the activism section, and while particularly in the section that we had the privilege of working on while we were focusing in on, interactions with the land and recognizing the significance in land, land rights, land back, also looking at how Mother Earth nourishes us through food sovereignty and the crises that are happening not just in Canada, but all over the world, with access to clean water, and in certain areas in Canada, particularly in the north, access to affordable housing and food. So all of these speak to to that theme of activism. And our existing is political. Our being up here and speaking in these contexts is political, and it's feels really good to be able to share and be up here. Again, I think I'll just leave it there, but I just wanted to say Chimagwich, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit of our experiences in Canada with all of you, and the privilege of being on this panel with these esteemed colleagues, some who I've met before and many others who I haven't. It's been a true pleasure to work alongside all of you. So, Chimagwich and obrigada.
Thank you so much. Now, let's move to the third presentation in this panel. I would like to invite Bruce Johnson McLean. He is the Assistant Director of Indigenous Engagement at the National Gallery of Australia. He was the Curator of Indigenous Australian Art at the Queensland Art Gallery and Gallery of Modern Art, where he curated many exhibitions about Indigenous contemporary art from 2018 to 2023. In 2002, he was awarded the National Aboriginal Youth of the Year. He's also a songman dancer and a player of idake. And please correct me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. And he is of the people Wirdi of the Biriguba Nation of RIBEIRO in the central area of the state of Queensland in Australia. Bruce, thank you so much for being here. Over to you.
Waramuli, Yuma, Kurubi. I have greeted you today with 3 words. The first is Waramuli, which is a greeting in my language, Birigubba. Birigubba people are from central Queensland, a place that we know as RIBEIRO. It is a place that we were taken from in the 1800s because it is an area with lots of resources. It had emeralds, sapphires, rubies. So these were things that the colony wanted. So my family was moved from there to a place called Cherbourg. Ironically, this Aboriginal mission was named after a beautiful French beach, but it was in essentially a swamp on the edge of a cattle station. It's about 1,000 kilometers away from our homelands. And my family spent 3 generations in that community before my grandfather demanded wages for the work that he had done for his life, and he was kicked out of the community by the white administrator of the settlement. And what happened was he then survived with his 12 children at the time by moving between small towns and living in the rubbish dumps, making houses out of whatever he could find, until he reached the train line, which he helped build. And he followed that to Brisbane, which is the city that I have lived most of my life in. He was able to move there because he was kicked out of the Aboriginal Act, a government act that governed all Aboriginal people in our country, restricted movement of everybody in our country. And he was one of few people who did have freedom because he was kicked out for asking for wages. And when the restriction on the movement of Aboriginal people was lifted quite recently in the 1960s. The one-bedroom house that my grandparents shared with their then 18 children became a place that an entire community moved to. So they set up many of the Aboriginal services in Brisbane out of necessity because their house quickly grew to house around 50 people. So I tell you this as a way to introduce some of the history that we have in our country through my own family and personal history. The second word that I use to greet you is Yuma, and Yuma is a Ngunnawal word. Ngunnawal are the people from Canberra, and Canberra is the capital of Australia and where the National Gallery, where I currently work, is. This is a place, again, where all of the Aboriginal people were moved out of. So today, much of the work that I do in the role that I have is about connecting community back to that place and connecting the gallery to that community. And the mere fact of using a Ngunnawal word is an act of great resistance. It, like 80% of East Coast languages, was considered extinct. So they took the tongues out of people's mouths. And today, there is an incredibly strong movement for people to revive and restore the tongues to their mouths. The third word that I use to greet you today is in Nyambri. And Nyambri is another group who has connections to the Canberra area. Today, because of the history of removal of people from their lands, there are many disputes between Indigenous groups in Australia about, because all Aboriginal people are political, our very existence defies policies and acts of genocide. So everything that we do and everything that we will continue to do in asserting our presence is an act of radical defiance. And many people, if they do go upstairs, they might see beautiful paintings in our contribution to this exhibition. But these paintings are radical acts, extremely radical acts. And I'll tell you why. The paintings in the Desert Histories section were made by a group of extraordinary men. This movement started at a place called Papunya. Papunya is a government settlement. It was established as a government administrative outpost around a water hole or a well. And it was a place to remove the last remaining Aboriginal people who lived traditionally on their lands into a settlement. There were trucks sent into the desert. People were literally rounded up and put on these trucks and taken to Papunya. There were 4 major groups who were brought in from the desert and assembled at this place. The prevailing ideologies at the time were that Aboriginal people were a dying race. These administrative settlements were, in the words of many of the government briefs, a soothing pillow for the dying race. But of course that never came to pass because of the strength of the people. And people at that community found their lives turned upside down from living a mostly nomadic existence in the desert to being forced to be sedentary. Very soon, diseases and health problems caught up with the community. And in 1971, a school teacher from Sydney moved to Papunya. And he was quite respectful for a Miglu or a Balanda or a white person. And he observed children, firstly, drawing in the sand. And this is a way to pass on stories. There is a desert style of painting and drawing in the sand and on the ground. And he wanted to encourage them to incorporate their own artistic styles into his art classes. They decided to start a mural project, and they began painting the first of 13 murals underneath a government school. And there were local senior Aboriginal men from those communities employed as things like groundsmen, menial labour around the school. And they saw the start of this painting being done. They intervened in the painting, and they said, we should be doing this because we have the story. Our children are going to your Western school and getting this new education designed to assimilate them into your society. But our stories and our art should be on this place so that they can learn our history as well as yours. So they worked together with the school teacher in creating 13 murals, and they grew in importance with each mural. More people saw what they were doing, more people came and collaborated on those murals until the 13th mural, where they sent word across the desert to other communities and brought in the bosses of each of those cultures, like chiefs, I guess, to come and to collaborate on this final mural called the Honey Ant Dreaming mural, which detailed the story of the place at Papunya. It's a honey ant story place. They completed the mural and they loved painting, but more so, I think they were, you know, I don't know that words can express it, the feeling that they had when somebody showed respect and interest in their culture and not disdain or even tried to kill their culture. So this was an incredibly important moment in that history of the region. Those men at that time, the group had grown to around 50 people, went back to the white art teacher and asked for more materials to continue to paint. And they went back every day and asked for more material to keep doing these paintings, to record their stories, and to pass these stories and knowledges on to their children and their grandchildren, but also to share it with the rest of the world. And the remarkable thing is that they kept coming back, and they've been doing that every day for 52 years now. It's been something that has been absolutely embraced within the community and embedded as ceremony, as something that brings people together, that brings the community together and forces people to gather and to collaborate and exchange and share knowledges and understandings. So if you are in the exhibition, you will notice that there are a cluster of small paintings on board. And these are the 1971-72 Papunya boards. Today, this moment is acknowledged as the most important single moment in Australia's art history. It is the moment when something unique grew from our country. And it was what I'd call a pebble in a pond moment, where you drop a pebble in a pond and this wave, just this tsunami just comes out of that epicenter. And the painting movement quickly spread to other communities as people moved, as people travelled for ceremony, married, those sorts of things with other communities. And it grew to cover more than half the country within a few short years. And one of the remarkable things that those men did was 1 year into the painting movement, they established their own company. This is quite unheard of for a group of Aboriginal men from the desert, but they established a company and built what is called an art centre, a space that is established to specifically service artists. And this has become the blueprint for other Aboriginal communities, and today there are over 100 art centres that operate throughout Australia. This is a means for Aboriginal people to have control of the work that they produce, to have control over what they're paid. They have a set amount that that the art centre will accept for any work. It's a way for them to control distribution, marketing, galleries that they represent themselves through. So this was an incredibly important moment in having that self-determination over their own art and their own culture. And I know I'm running out of time, but just quickly, I do want to also acknowledge one of the amazing things about this movement, and we did want to focus on one single moment in time. Like many countries, Australia, being a continent as well as a country, has many Indigenous groups. We have over 350 different groups, 12 completely separate cultural regions, as well as 2 entirely different cultures in Aboriginal of the mainland, and Torres Strait Islander, a Melanesian culture in the north of Australia, connected to Papua New Guinea. But one of the really incredible things for me about this group of artists, and many Aboriginal artists more broadly, is that some of the men who started the movement, they survived massacres. They were targets of extreme frontier violence. The last major massacre in Australia was Coniston, which is Unmatjura land, and many of the painters in the group are Unmatjura. But at the end of their lives, at the end of lives that have been so impacted by violence, by colonial violence, their only desire was to share, culture, to share beauty. So in Australia, and one of the things I truly love about my job is that, the artists that I work with often create beauty out of violence, is what we say. They take something ugly and they create something beautiful. And, I'm not religious, but I think it's something that is, divine. It's something that, sometimes I struggle with the idea that someone would make something beautiful after all of that. But it's something embedded into the psyche of our communities to continue to practice culture, to continue to share culture, but also to continue to evolve and experiment and create and find new pathways for our culture to live and to thrive. And because of our history, that is a remarkable act of resistance through existence. So I think that's about all I've got to say. So Binbio, thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. Let me remind you that you have papers, pieces of paper where you can send your questions using that. Just write them down. People will take questions here to be part of our debate right after the talk of our last speaker. And if you are watching us on YouTube, you can also send your questions using the chat. Lena Stamberg is our last speaker of this round table. She grew up in a Sami reindeer herding community with the world's largest underground mine on their ancestral land. The land is heavily extracted, which has affected the lives of her family and community. Stenberg works with three-dimensional work, sculptural objects, installations, and photography. The central themes in her work are nature, culture, identity, and issues of belonging. She's also interested in how the environment and landscape shape people's identity and how the history of different places is connected with the present. Her artworks often range between historical reflection and contemporary political issues. Lena, thank you very much for being here with us. You have the floor.
What a baby. Good day. It's so fine to be here and take a part of the exhibition and the seminarium. I will show my ancestors' Sami history from my art project, Borders. Moving have always been important for the reindeer herding Sami. They are nomadic people and move between summer residence in the mountains to winter grazing in a woodland to find pasture for the reindeers. My artwork in the exhibition Indigenous Histories are about mobility. My upbringing is Leva Samiby. It's a small village in the countryside outside from Kiruna in North Sweden. I grew up in a traditional reindeer herding family. When I was young, I don't think so much about my family history and where my ancestors have lived. I feel me safe in my environment where my grandfather's family has lived in many generations. My grandmother gave me an old photo album when I started studying art in South Sweden. That was a reason for me to start searching to find more image. I will understand my family history. Both my mother and father have roots from families who have been forced to move from Karesuando area in Sweden and Tromsø area in Norway. My parents and sisters have lived between the Scandinavian borders. That's our photos from my home residence in summertime in Alesjaure in Sweden. It's very close to Norway border. My first work with Sami history themes was my graduation work in Kunstfack. The title is 1900. In this artwork, I collected old photographs together with more contemporary photos. Many of the photographs are from my grandmother's photo album. The pictures tell about the new life in Arjeplog after they have been forced to move. That artwork are in screen technique and rubber. It's a little bit too fast. It's a very big artwork. In my last project, Border, I have worked to finding more old photographs, material and documents from my family history to understand their lives in Tromsdalen, Norway. Before they moved from the summer residence they have there. The artwork from my last art project as a photo collage moving the mountains is from an old photo by Emilia de Mantat and me. I have takes 2 photographs together in a collage technique. When I start looking for images from digital archives, I realized that was many more photographs than I took, and that was possible to identify them. I took help from anthropologic photos, archives, and from another researchers. It was to look find in the binoculars back in the time to be able to see more, to see my ancestors' lives on 100 years ago. I found photos from between 860 to 1930. I have recognized places from historical photographs that are from around 1800th century to beginning of 1900th century in Tromsdalen. It is from place of residence and other places in the surrounding. The oldest photo I found is from my grandmother's family, Oma, or from 1860, Dalheim. Deep in the valley where they had the summer residence, that photo are taken. That photo are from a little bit later, and it's also taken in Dalheim, Tromsdalen. The photograph is Knut Knudsen. I have photographed how it looks today, how overground in the habitation and the mountain landscape are, where they live. I have also photographed from a cityscape from the main street in Tromsø. That's my mother, Anna Maria Stenberg, and her grandmother's father, Per Persson Utti. They are photographs in the same place, in the same street, 100 years. They are 100 years between the photographs. My mother was there the summer 2022, and Per Persson was maybe it's 150 years before. I have tried to photograph the change and the emptiness of the place. People know very little about the people in the photographs. Their names are not included. Many of them are my ancestors and their relatives. One of the project's most important action is to make their name and history visible. It has been a hidden history. That's his family Andom's living place. Is Anders Jonsson Omma and the wife Margareta Omma in the residence in Tromsdalen, 1885. And another photo is how it's look today. It's very empty. That are also in Tromsdalen. It's the Herding Stone. And today, contemporary popular resting spot for tourists. And the photo from 1910 are members from family Omma and family Gunnare. The photograph Axel Lindell have a close relationship with my ancestors, the Omma family. He was there many times and take many photos from the family members. The last summer when I was in Tromsø, I found a place where my grandmother's family have lived a long time, maybe the last residence they have in Tromsdalen. It's close to Dalheim Plateau, where the oldest settlements have located. I think the residents are built sometimes in 1880. It's located in a meadow in a very special place when the streams meet. The place of residence is recognized from Axel Lindell's photographs. He has taken a series of photos from this place. In the last photography I find, it's from the beginning of 1900. In the door opening, standing the youngest son, Berar, together with his wife Greta, my grandmother's mother and father. It's also probably the place where my grandmother grew up. My ancestors was forced to move from their place of residence in Norway in year 1930. There was a subtle colonial nationalist policy enforced on Sami people with the closing of the border between Finland, Norway, and Sweden. Both my grandmother's family were forced to leave the summer homelands in Norway. They have profound and lasting impacts of the livelihoods of the Sami people. They were forced to be removed, thereby providing agricultural land to Norwegians. And in Sweden, they was forcible to move again to a place in more soft from Karesuando, where they live before they was forced to move. They were forced to move to another place with different culture and language. There is my grandmother in the middle. In the new living residence, 700 kilometers from where she grew up. This have affected a whole generation and the children and grandchildren. It's affect the Sami society even today. Yes. It was very short. Yeah. Yeah, that's all what I have. I have a very short speech.
Obrigada, Lena.
Thank you, Lena. We thank you. Once again, if you have questions, please send them to us. We have a few questions we would like to ask our speakers. But again, please feel free to ask additional questions. It was amazing to see Lena's presentation, and she also showed us her artistic work. So thank you for sharing our story with us as well.
One thing that I was thinking about as you presented, and I will start asking you these questions, they are related specifically about what Bruce and Michelle said in different ways, but both of you touched on leadership positions in your institutions and also the collaboration with specific projects such as this one with MASP. So I would like you to talk about the leadership position that you have in your institutions as Indigenous people, and also how what's the importance of your role and also the dichotomy between your institutions and institutions that don't have Indigenous peoples as leaders. So that was my initial question for Michelle and Bruce, and then I'll ask other questions to the other panel members.
Guess I'll go first. Um, the role that I am in was established 4 years ago with the intent of essentially it being the point of the spear to create change, to essentially open up the space, not just in the National Gallery, but in all Australian galleries. It's a dynamic and organic role. I work very closely with a number of communities. And just to give you an example of, one of the many things that I do and I'm privileged to do is we have an artwork created in 1988 called the Aboriginal Memorial. It is an artwork comprised of 200 hollow log burial poles. And it was made as a symbol of mourning for our bicentenary to commemorate 200 years of occupation of Indigenous land in Australia. That work we have had in our collection since 1988, and one of the first things I did when getting to the National Gallery was I called the community to talk to them about the work and what they wanted to do or what we might be able to give to the community to help to re-establish links between the community and the work. The work was a collaboration. It was produced by 43 artists from a community called Ramingining in the far north. And all but 2 of those 43 artists have passed away. When I called the community, they said that their collective memory of the work had faded. The children no longer know about it. The people from the community don't know about it. So one of the things that I have a responsibility to do is to ensure that the things that we have in our collection, and we have around 8,000 works by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists across our country, is that they don't become dead objects, that they continue to have a cultural life. And they can only do that through the act of connecting them to community. And that's something that we have done with the memorial as an example, but something that is a key part of this role. There are many other things that we do: curating, writing, and collaborating closely with communities, but also guiding our institutions to do the right thing when working with communities. There have been a lot of institutions that have made missteps when working with communities, and working within an institution with unimaginable resources to an Indigenous community is extremely important if you use those resources right. So it's all of those things, but it's really important as well that these roles exist so that more Indigenous people can come into the space. We make space, and we have to, I guess, bear a weight of responsibility for success of these roles so that more of them can be established as well. Michelle?
Yeah, I think the role that I'm in at the National Gallery is not dissimilar to what Bruce is describing there. As was said, there's a new department at the National Gallery of Canada called Indigenous Ways in Decolonization, and it's about 2 years old. And the gallery hired myself and my colleague Steve Loft to become part of the senior management team of the gallery to help guide the gallery in moving forward in recognizing the significance and finding ways to even understand what that means. To acknowledge the territory that we're on, the stolen territory, the unceded territory, while also representing national perspectives of Indigenous people. I think because the department's so new, and as Bruce said, we really do carry a little bit of pressure and a big responsibility to do what we can to uplift the voices of our artists, to continue to create educational experiences for people to understand better, our responsibilities as humans to our complex history and how we navigate that and how we continue to contribute to that. The position I have, Director of Indigenous Ways in Decolonization and Director of Indigenous Curatorial Initiatives, it's in the title, decolonization. What does that mean? I'm not sure. There's no template. This hasn't been done yet. I don't know of an institution that's been decolonized. I don't know of any of our brothers and sisters and aunties and uncles and cousins all over the world if there's an example of what a decolonial future looks like. But we do know there are ways to move forward in collaborative, respectful ways, creating empathy and understanding, and really, I think, as you said, Bruce, they're to do better. And the onus is not just on the Indigenous individuals in these positions, which are hopefully going to continue to be created, but on our colleagues and our co-conspirators and allies in doing some of that work for their own. We are past that point of the onus being on Indigenous individuals to solve things and be the only ones to come up with ideas to educate others. As Indigenous people, we do tend to walk in dual worlds. We're all colonized people, Indigenous and otherwise, and how do we navigate? A lot of us have had to put a lot of effort into not just learning and functioning within these colonial Western patriarchal structures, but also trying to reclaim and learn our own cultures, and then how to navigate that, when to assert that, but within these institutions, when you also have to hold back a little bit in a way of protection, self-protection, but also recognizing some of those stories are there to be shared, but some of them we're not ready to share just yet.
Obrigada. Abraham?
Thank you so much. Abraham, over to you. Well, I wanted to say something about this because I am not in any institution, I don't work with any museum, and I don't belong to any institutional structure. I'm just an artist, and I work organizing exhibitions, and I decided to call myself a curator. In Mexico, the institutional discussion has been going on for a long time, and it started from the need of creating a national identity that is homogeneous and that erases different identities and cultural manifestations. We were talking about indigenous art in the institutional level for over 100 years. In 1921, there was a significant exhibition that showed the willingness of the government to talk about indigenous art and popular art, but that came from a folklore place, a place of indigenism, and that created a movement that still happens today. And I think that it creates a structure of power that still has a rippling effect to this day. And as part of the research that I did for this project, I had to get to know some references, some literature, and some exhibitions of indigenous art and also indigenous artists, and I had to become familiar with them. And they are very ambitious and complex dialogues about potential decolonialization. And there are new types of colonies, new types of power. There are new authoritarian structures in place that continue to influence art that is not indigenous and indigenous art. Someone said that Indians only came into existence when non-Indians came into existence. And as I said in my text, and I mentioned a few people in my text and in other moments, they belong to a community that is called Agyuk, and they have their own language in a state in Mexico. And there is an indigenous artist that said that indigenous, it is a word that does not exist in any indigenous language. So to call us indigenous is a self-colonialization. That's why I said in my speech that I am not an indigenous person. And she also said many other things to try and fix or make up for a number of structures that make reference to political issues. And she said that it is no coincidence that I was very close to those exhibitions that took place in very important institutions in Mexico. And we should pay attention to the words that they use, because they indicate, they signal a new discussion that are conducted by people who called us indigenous at some time. They decided to do that. And many artists in this exhibition at MASP were also in those exhibitions. For example, Federico. And I think that we could start a new discussion. But considering the institutional level, I think it makes sense that we are here talking, establishing a dialogue, because we shouldn't be considered as marginals. We shouldn't be at the fringes. We should fight against the things that should be thought from the very, from inside out. And now I have a question for Vanessa and Lena, which is what are the challenges and obstacles when it comes to the appropriate representation of indigenous art? And Lena, Vanessa, if you could talk a little bit about that, that would be great.
Yes, I think it's a very interesting to be here, and it's a very good and big exhibition. And also the seminarium is very interesting to be a part of. And yes, that's what I'm thinking before I go here. That I must be a part of that, not only send my artworks.
Ótimo.
I'm thinking about my work here that I presented, or that Michelle and the team have presented on my behalf, and that I'm trying to stand in who I am. That I'm Lenape. My maternal great grandmother is Potawatomi. I also have mixed European settler ancestors. I'm disabled. I'm a indigiqueer or two-spirit person. And when my work ended up here because I saw a poster basically that said, "Sell your work to the Indigenous Art Center." And luckily, I was able to ask a mentor, Greg Statz, if that institution was one that would take good care of my work. So I had mentors that I could ask. And they said that it was, and that there were other Indigenous people who had worked there and were working hard to take good care of the artwork and would do that into the future. And luckily that I think the institutional presence of Indigenous people, of queer people, and hopefully, ever growing of disabled people, will continue, because I think that as much as we can connect across difference, that it helps if we have some common experiences and some common language. And I'm grateful to the people who work both with the familiar and to make those connections of difference in good ways.
Obrigada.
Thank you so much, all of you. It's been a pleasure to mediate this panel. Unfortunately, we don't have any time left. We have to move on to the closing panel. Otherwise, I think we could spend hours and hours talking about interesting topics, controversial topics. And before we finish, we would like to tell you that Indigenous Histories and the Melissa Kode exhibitions, they are accessible. This is a new project that MASP is implementing, so I wanted to inform all of you that these exhibitions are accessible, and if you could share it with people with disabilities, please let them know that they can come see our exhibitions. We are learning how to implement more accessibility here at the museum, and we have just started that project. So I just wanted to share that with you. Once again, thank you so much, everybody who's here, the ones that are watching us on YouTube. And now I would like to invite Renata Tupinambá and Isabella Rigelli to conduct the closing conference of today's seminar. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to call to the stage Glicelia Tupinamba. Hello. Gliceria is from the south of Bahia, from Serra do Padeiro group, from Serra do Olivença. And I will ask her to introduce herself. This is a very fortunate opportunity to see her work with Mortágua at the video room that shows the pathway she took to bring the cloak. And so let me give her the microphone so that she can talk about that more in depth, and then we can open for questions. I would also like to take the opportunity to call to the stage Melissa Kode, our second speaker. We are going to do this a little bit different. So Gliceria is going to present first, and she'll be followed by Melissa, and we're going to have a Q&A session at the end. So let me introduce Melissa as well. Melissa Kode was born in 1983 in Arizona. She is a member of the Navajo Nation. In 2005, she received a bachelor's degree in museum study and an AFA in studio art from the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Kode's work is a balance of tradition, history, and contemporary. Working in a traditional Navajo room, Kode fuses classical patterns into intricate geometric overlays and tantalizing colorways. Her works are featured in a number of museum collections, including those of Minneapolis Institute of Arts, the Autry Museum of the American Wax, and the Stark Museum of Art. So Gliceria is going to present first. She'll be followed by Melissa. So for those who are watching us in the auditorium and also those who are watching us online, please send your questions so that we can read your questions to the speakers later. So Gliceria. Hello. Yes, the microphone is working. I have a problem, but I'm sure I'm going to control myself because I'm like a teacher. So what do teachers do? They usually stand, they move around because that's what usually teachers do. So if I stand up, don't worry, it's just because I forgot that I should be sitting down. It's difficult for me to sitting down because I'm restless. So anyway, before I introduce myself, I would like to show you something. So let's first start this dialogue with God, the Tupan God. And for that, if you could just lower the lights here on my face. I like to see people. I like to see the warmth of people. So here's what I suggest that we do. I yell, and then you yell, and then I yell, and then you yell. There'll be 3 yellings to Tupan God so that he can hear us. This is like a prayer. It's something that comes from our heart, because sometimes people just cry for help, but no, this is different. It's a different type of cry of just something that you yell in the morning to start. So to start the day, this is our way of praying. Okay, so I start and you follow me, okay? Let's do it. Okay, stronger now. Come on, just bring this force in you. Thank you. So this is a warm-up for our talk, we ask for our ancestors' permission to talk about the sacred, to talk about the journey that is not my journey. This is the journey of the cloak. When the cloak says something, what does it say? So the cloak is weaved, it's webbed, and I talk about the bewitching of this thread, and then we need to understand how this is thread so it can be webbed together. We are all part of this web. So in my community, somebody saw me, and some people got there. I was developing a cloak, and I was creating this female cloak of the eagle and of the bellbird. That was a project related to the return of the Tupinambá cloak by Funarte. Ori, my young child, was recording my work. He was taking pictures, with a 3-year-old taking picture of his mother. And the older child that is 9 years old was also taking picture. They were fighting for that. And then the phone rang. And I said, what? It was Fernanda Liberti saying she wanted to help me. She was a researcher. She was researching the cloak. She wanted to understand why I was making a cloak. She said she wanted to help me. She wanted to help me with something, maybe taking pictures. I say, how do you mean taking a picture like with a regular camera? You can come. Say, come tomorrow. Because my child was taking my pictures. And I said, just give me a moment to think. And then she said, okay, I cannot go tomorrow, but I'll get there in 8 days. So she brought some friends, and Motag, Alexandre. He was baptized in our village called Habibi. So that's how we call him in our village. And then Fernanda came to take pictures of me preparing the cloak. And there was another cloak that was being prepared that was almost ready to be introduced in our land. Our chief was going to see it first so that he could introduce the cloak to the whole land. So she was able to take pictures of that. I was allowed, because we need authorization to wear the cloak. And the cloak said that it was female, that it was done by the hands of women. But I've never seen any record saying, it's a long story, but I'll try to summarize it. And so the cloak said it was a female cloak made by women. But I had never seen on the internet any Tupinambá women wearing the cloak. I followed the intuition. I heard the birds. I heard the cloak. So I needed to learn from that, understand this dimension, understand the territory, the land, the feathers, how we could collect the feathers. So I needed to go through this process of understanding so that I could make the cloak. So she came from this photo shoot, and then I wear this cloak. My son wears the cloak, and we introduced our land to the cloak. So we needed to think about a cloak outside the museum. What was the life that this cloak had before it came to us? So we took the cloak to different places to see the river, to see where we, to the prayer hunt, to where we planted our food. And I did not realize how beautiful it was. And technology allows us to have this projection, and people call that art. And art plays a very important role because it can reach different people. And art can be accessed. Sometimes art can be accessed easily through these technologies, and that's very effective. So the cloak has to do also with this possibility of reaching people, because the cloak had this call to return. But we cannot reveal a few things. Some things are secret. Well, if it's a secret, then you shouldn't tell me. I'm an open chest. Somebody lost the key and I'm open. So you shouldn't tell me any secret. Otherwise, I'm going to tell people, just to two people, to God and to the rest of the world. So my friends know that. Shouldn't tell me any secrets. I can't keep a secret. And I say that to my ancestors, to the spirits. I tell them, do not ask me to keep any secrets. And then I thought about the cloak. I thought that the cloak was something I could not understand quite perfectly, but that was something the healer should wear. It was an object, but it was an object that spoke to us, but I didn't quite understand how, because people say that objects can't speak, but the cloak could speak to me. And then we studied more, and then Fernanda gave me a book, and on the cover there was a woman wearing the cloak in reverse, and there was a woman in her back. Said, wow, you've just solved a problem that I had. So women can also wear the cloak. I looked for different images from different pictures from back then, and then I found pictures showing that women also wore the cloak. I went deeper into my research about this female cloak, a woman's cloak. And then we also had what is a female healer. In Portuguese, we call that magé. So we had Poçanga, Yara, Iguara, different names showing that it was a woman. There was also a healer, a guardian of remedies, a woman with so much power, and that woman is not seen by travelers and she's not recorded in history. History denies the presence of those women, and they're nameless. Those women we see in the drawings. There are several women in the drawings. People can understand Handestaden, the white man who drew that, but who are these women? Who are those women there? They're not named in those pictures, but they exist, right? So if he drew 3 healers in a circle and all warriors around it, and the healers working, this means that that ritual took place. I'll call that a performance. This artist could just record it because he saw it, and then he told somebody else, and maybe this other person drew it because he would not be able to imagine something like that. And then people say, no, this is from the traveler's imagination. But I don't agree with that. I don't think he will be able to imagine all of that. And when he describes and the source of a tree, I know exactly the gourd and how we can use that, and to use that to make sounds. So Hempstead could not have thought about that. So we know when there is an object, sometimes the healer is saying something and you're portraying what the healer said. So it's not the artist's language. He's just saying what the healer said. So that's my understanding. I don't know if other people understand it as I do. So this is what people are talking about that. This is like gossip, right? When you talk about people, you're talking about someone else. So this is like talking about others or maybe gossiping about them. So that's what the artist did. So he drew points about what healers did, and that's important for understanding all the aspects that are there in that drawing, Ibirapema, Musurana, and the gourd, and the maraca. The cloak has a spirit and it talks. So now I could understand this is not an object, that is an ancestor. And I could hear the cloak. I heard it in 2018. And in 2022, I heard the cloak that is in Copenhagen. I prepared a letter to request, and that was a request that a spirit made through me, to ask the Danish to send the cloak back to Brazil, to the National Museum. And we needed to know if the cloak was ready to return. We needed to hear what the cloak said. So I'm nothing in this story. I was just there to hear what the cloak had to say. So they invited me to go to a workshop. I was there for 3 days. So they gave me 16 pieces of art made with feathers, and the cloak was one of them. And I thought that the cloak that I would see there would be exactly as the one it was in France. My mistake, it was absolutely different. And I went out in the sun, and I couldn't control my tears. There's so many feelings. Feeling my brothers and sisters, something like when you were away from someone for a long time, that you miss them, you miss your relatives. And this is why I cried so much. So I analyzed the cloak. I wanted not just to see the feathers, I wanted to see the reverse. I wanted to see the thread, the knots. So what else was there? There was also the thread, and the thread had this enchanting because women weaved those threads. Metro, who was a scholar who studied the cloaks, he tried to draw the knot used in the cloak. And if you can test that, but if you use the knot he suggests, you cannot make a cloak, because his knot is not tight. There's just a drawing there, but there's no knot there. So I went back home. And then the cloak told me that it was ready to return, that I should do whatever I needed. So I was invited to meet with the ambassador. So what about it? So I have the copy of your letter. So he showed me all the documents. It was a whole dossier. Do you believe that the Danish are going to give you the cloak? Well, I don't know if they're going to do it, but the cloak said it is ready to return. So which one, or the main one, the one that is in the window? So we were talking about it, and I know that I said that I had talked about, made this report, this summary with the ambassador. And I use a special word we use in my region. So we just talked. We're chatting, and that's it. So we're waiting to change to a new president, and now the cloak is back. Well, they announced that the cloak will be back in May 2024. So we are going to have an ancestor, a God in earth, because people wait for a God in heaven, but I don't think God is in heaven. I think that God can be on earth, and it's getting here. and we are getting ready to welcome that as a god with our rituals, with our chanting. Then there are cloaks from our territory that is announcing the coming of the other cloak. So this cloak is on Instagram, on here at MASP in the movie, and there are pictures of it, and also here with this cloak in movement. That's what I had to say.
When Glyceria says that the cloth is going to bring such strength to our lands, as you were speaking, I was very interested in everything that you said. I thought it was a very rich narration that you made, and I think that I remembered that thing that happened when the Amutara people saw the cloak for the first time in an exhibition in São Paulo, and how that developed over the years, and how that movement gained strength across different lands and indigenous communities. And it's so important to think about the strength of our elders, the ones that came before us, the respect that we have for them, for our elders. And I'm very happy to see Glyceria here with us, telling us a little bit more about her experience. And now over to you. Just reminding you once again, guys, you can send your questions. You can talk to one of our organizers so that you can write down your questions. Melissa has a slide presentation.
Yeah, Shay Melissa Cody and Ishia, Kapa Hanishla, Hushganazol, Bushes Chin, Sitna Jenny Dashache, Don Nakaide, Nakaidene Dashanele. Hello, my name is Melissa Cody. I'm from the Edgewater People Clan, the Yucca Fruit Strung Out in a Line People Clan, the Black Streak in the Wood People Clan, and the Mexican People Clan. In the Navajo way, which I'm a Navajo woman, we introduce ourselves by our mother's bloodline through all of our matrilineal clans, going back through the generations. And we introduce ourselves so that way we can identify all of our relations who are here today. And I just want to acknowledge, all of the relations that we have here with our brothers and sisters in South America. So it's a blessing and an honor to be here and to meet and be in the same presence and breathe the same air as each and every one of you here today. So I wanted to give, firstly, my introduction, but also a little bit of background information about myself. I'm a fourth generation textile artist from the southwestern corner of the United States. I'm based in Arizona. So if you take a look at this map, it gives a reference to what's called the Four Corners region, where the 4 states in the southwest Arizona come together. And the highlighted area is the Navajo Reservation where I'm from. And my community is on the southwestern corner, right here, and Loop and Grand Falls area. And the specific area that I'm from is called No Water Mesa. So No Water Mesa is where my father was born, and my mother is from the community of Loop. And Loop here on the map is there. So with Navajo weaving, I work predominantly in wool, churro wool, and also a commercial processed plied yarn wool, which is made up of aniline dyes. So that's where the really bright, vibrant color palette comes from. So since I work in Germantown, this is my mother, Lola Cody, and then also my grandmother, Martha Gorman Schultz. My grandmother is in her 90s currently, and she still weaves at her traditional Navajo loom today. So this image was taken out at No Water Mesa. So you can see the vegetation there. It's very brown, green, yellow, and you can see the very dry mesas because it is a desert landscape. It's a very high desert landscape, but there's not a lot of vegetation that grows there, so the amount of dyes and colors that we can harvest from that landscape is very, very limited. So this is my daughter. Her name is Anawiahi, and it translates to judge. And behind her is my mother's flock of sheep. So this is the raw material that we would normally process and work from raising the sheep all the way until you shear the sheep, clean the wool, card the wool, which is pretty much combing the wool, and then also spinning the wool into threads. So in the exhibition here, you'll see the various processes that I have done and also the types of the raw material that's presented within the exhibition. So this is also at No Water Mesa, Arizona. And my daughter, she just turned 3 years old. So looking into the future of Navajo weaving, I'm hoping that she will continue the tradition and be able to be, a vessel of information and be able to take it to the 5th and 6th generations. Oh, also one other note, I traveled here to Brazil with my son. He just turned 4.5 months. So again, this is an exploration of not only myself here in South America, but also I wanted to include, my son here within my travels. That way, we again continue to have my children and my family inundated with the art culture, and then also be able to expand their horizons and have memories to look back at this point in time. So again, I'm happy that, I've come into contact with each and every one of you today, so that way I can have these memories for him in the future. So I work, again, on the traditional Navajo loom. If you look at the image on the left, you'll see the historical version of the Navajo vertical loom. You can see that it's, a very primitive type of weaving setup. And again, you can see the background, which is the landscape that's very dry and desolate. So you can see that the color palette on a traditional textile would be very, black, white, gray, and brown colors from the sheep. On the right is my studio in Long Beach, California, in Los Angeles. And you can see that I work on a very large format loom. This current loom is about 11 feet tall by about 9 feet wide. And I still sit on the floor and weave. And within all my textiles, I don't start with any picture. So that's the traditional way of creating the work, is having the imagery in your head and relaying it directly to the loom. So there's no in between in terms of drawing or sketching out an image. It's all produced visually in my head. And then you can see the setup there. I have all of my color palette, and I still work, again, hand manipulating each and every individual string. So there's no mechanical or machine work done within these types of textiles. And then this particular piece on the loom here is in the exhibition here today, so you can see it in process. And then here again is me manipulating the heddles of the loom, and I'm holding in my right hand the comb. And so when I'm weaving, it makes a tapping noise. And with my son, who's here today, I was actually weaving while I was pregnant, all the way up until the day that the day before I gave birth. So, it's a special, event for him to be here and kind of come full circle with the exhibition here today. Again, more process shots. So all of the design work, a lot of it is based on math. So I map out all the math and numbers and geometry in my head. And from there, I count the individual vertical strings, which are the white strings. And then the color strings are called the weft. And for each about 1 inch to 2 to 3 centimeters, I put about 50 to 70 individual lines of color. So if you can imagine a 10-foot, 11-foot piece, how many lines? And it takes a really long time. So I sit with my pieces, and once I'm completed with them, I'm very happy to, have the work travel and to have a second life outside of my studio. So again, this is my studio, and this is the setup process of the Navajo vertical loom. And that's my daughter and also my mother. So it's, again, a familial process where it's multi-generational. Again, I want to expose my daughter to not only the studio, but the materials, and have her have an intimate relationship with the sheep and also with my mother, and creating these bonds, because I think that having this enriching environment for her will, again, continue the traditions within my own family, but also, part of my goal in being a textile artist is to share the information that I've harvested myself since I was 5 years old, because that's when I began weaving. So I had the great honor of having my mother teach me at a very young age. And as I've gone through my own weaving career, I've really tried to disseminate that information to as many people as possible. And that comes into the form of doing workshops, taking on individual students, and then also community outreach in the Los Angeles area to the urban Indigenous community there. So the textile on the left, you can see, again, that's the palette of No Water Mesa. Very, muted in terms of the colors of green, brown, some kind of dark grays, and more natural colors from the sheep. And that's the first textile that I wove when I was 5 years old. And so it's in the collection of my mother. And with this textile, I actually wove weaving from the scraps from her larger pieces. So I'm the third in line of 4 siblings, and so we all learned how to weave. So I was constantly around the Navajo loom, and I actually thought everybody would go home and weave after school. So when I figured that it was something very special that not a lot of other kids did, it really fueled my fire to continue the work and be kind of creatively weaving all of the time. So as we go through the next few slides, you can see the progression of just the complexity. The color palette is very intense, very bright, and the scale of the work is just going to increase. So these pieces, again, the one on the left and the one on the right are both in the exhibition here. So this is one of the first large format pieces that I did, and my work around this time was after I had completed my schooling at the Institute of American Indian Arts. And I had more of a focus for museum studies and textile conservation. But this particular piece is called the dopamine regression, and it is actually a body of work that was focused on my father. So as I went through the work, traditionally Navajo textiles were more aesthetically and design structure based, and I kind of flipped the script and made them thesis-based, where ideas and themes were more of the focal point as opposed to the individual structure of the design work. And so here, this piece is about 7 feet tall. It's here in the exhibition. And I'm, again, utilizing really dense space and then also bringing in a lot of different themes in terms of color theory and also the utilization of negative space to create stencils. And another recurring theme that you'll see in a lot of the work is the Spider Woman cross. The Spider Woman cross within Navajo culture, she brought the knowledge of weaving to the Navajo. And then there's also Spider Man, who brought the weaving loom and the tools to the Navajo. So again, that's a recurring theme. And you'll also see the recurring theme of the number 4. So within our teachings and our stories, we're said that there are 4 worlds, and we're currently in the 3rd. So a lot of my work does reference that 4th world and that 4th dimension, and again, like the progression of time and the continuation of, tradition into the future. So again, with the number 4, I did a lot of work with the reclamation of our traditional patterning and a lot of it on traditional symbols. So one of the symbols was the Navajo whirling log, which spins clockwise. And you can see with the whirling log, a lot of times it'll be considered a swastika, but with the whirling log, we were weaving it pre-World War II, and it continues to be a symbol that we use within our religious practice, as well as our cultural happenings throughout the year. And the 4 again is a reference to our 4 sacred mountains, 4 sacred directions, the continuation of the natural direction of the world, as well as the 4 sacred colors. So here in this work, I wanted to really utilize the symbols and again have them be at the forefront in terms of the reclamation of the symbols. This is one of the larger pieces that I had done recently, and within a lot of the work as I've gotten into my 30s, I really wanted to create the idea of like a foreground, middle ground, and background. So with this, I wanted the viewer to be pulled into the textile and to be experiencing all of these different worlds within this one individual piece. So this piece actually is just one woven textile. So I started on the bottom and I wove to the very top, and it took about 8 months, I believe. So as I continued again with my palette, I started off weaving with about 19 colors of the Germantown, and I'm currently at about 120 colors. And so some of the colors I do dye myself, and then others I do have a supplier for. And then I do work, in small pieces where I'm doing a little bit more exploration in terms of color palette. And so these are the smaller works that I consider to be just samples. And here is the Undercover of Web Skies, which again is the representation of the exhibition here. And the hourglass figure, again, is a reference to spider women. Within our culture, we're a matrilineal culture, so the women are the head of the house, the women are the foundation of the household. They're our bloodlines and how we identify ourselves as Navajo people run through our mothers and our grandmothers and our ancestors through the women. So this is a reference to one spider woman where we have the central hourglass figure, which is a reference to the black widow spider, and then the 2 smaller ones, which are symbolism of, my children. So as I've been exploring spider women and the idea of this, this blanket web, that's where this Undercover of Web Skies came from. And it really resonates with this exhibition being here at, in Brazil. And again, my exhibition coinciding with the Indigenous Histories exhibition, we're all under the cover of Web Skies, as Indigenous people. We're all living in the same, universe and realm, and we all come from, a central core. So I'm just very humbled and honored to be here. And, you know, this platform and this stage is something that has been a long time coming for Indigenous people, not only here, but also in the United States. So I know that, you know, my family and a lot of the Indigenous people and my tribal members are really looking to me to push forward our histories and our stories, because we do really want to make it known that we're people who are living in the current and that we are still thriving. And as we continue to move into the future, you know, myself and then also my children are going to be the ones to make traditions that are going to move into the future. So, you know, we're not stagnant people, and we continue to grow. And that's what this exhibition is about, is connecting the multi-generational communities together, and to be able to harvest and really hold dear to ourselves this, you know, cultural knowledge that at one point we were, you know, it was slipping from our fingers. But I feel like currently today that we're, you know, reeling it back in, and we're making really tremendous strides to retain that information. So thank you again. Thank you for having me, and I'm happy again to be here.
Thank you, Melissa. We have some time now, maybe 10, 15 minutes to take the questions from the audience, so 10 or 15 minutes. Renata, would you like to start asking questions? Where are the questions? Here they are. Well, we have one question here. If you don't have a lot of questions, we do, don't worry. So, Renata, I'll let you start. So let's read the question first, and then we can ask our own questions. There's a question to Melissa here. So let me start by asking her a question. That's also a question I have. Melissa, all your work makes reference to the digital universe, the digital technologies. And very recently, you use a Jacquard loom, which is mechanical. So could you please talk more about this connection of technologies, so weaving technologies with the computer and digital technologies in your work?
Thank you for that question. So when I started weaving at the young age of 5, I actually was, you know, born in 1983, so I actually lived and grew up with video games, Super Nintendo, Atari, all of those types of video games. And I also remember when the internet wasn't actually a thing. So seeing the internet grow, and then also, you know, just the technological advances throughout my weaving career, I really wanted to reference and make note of all of these generations of technology that I grew up in. So you'll see when I first started dabbling in that idea, they were really based on the 8-bit pixels. So, you know, again, when I weave in my head in terms of like a graph. So I graph everything in pixels. I graph everything in slopes and geometry. And so it really resonated with me in how it was like a video game in terms of I was mapping everything out like a video game screen. So as I started weaving these really pixelated images, it was fun. It was actually something that I really enjoyed. And that was like a big thing that was lacking in terms of Navajo weaving, is that it wasn't interesting to the upcoming generation. It was considered old people's work, or work that your grandmothers did, and it was boring. So I really wanted to make work that would be inspiring to my peers, and also to the weavers who weren't necessarily able to bring in their own personal interests. And I think that's really happened over the last 20 years, is there's been a huge influx of younger weavers because they can see that they can weave designs and have ideas that are testaments to their own personal stories and interests. So that's where Navajo weaving tradition is heading, is to highlighting the weaver's personal story as opposed to it being dictated by outside influences like trading posts and yeah, just outside influences.
Obrigada, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa. Just a historical comment for those who have not visited the exhibit yet. For many years, the Navajo weavings were sold in the trading posts. So that also had some influence on the types of weavings and that products that were made, so that Brazilians know about that. We have another question to Glyceria. That's a question from Sandra. Glyceria, is your video available on the internet or just on the MASP room? How is it recorded? This video is available here. We work together with a partner, Alexandre Motaki. Alexandre, show yourself. Yes, that's the one. Yes, he challenged himself when he got to our village. And we dreamed this video together. I watched it the first time and I said, do you remember that we dreamed this video together? Because I said, we're going to make a movie together and this is going to be on display. We're going to do it together. And said, yes, let's do it. So this is our dream come true today. It was a wish that we had in the past, and now it's the right time for that. So ultimately, everything went right, and it's at MASP's video room. So let me ask a question to Alexandre Mortago. What was this experience to you, Alexandre, to be in the indigenous land, to have the contact with the cloak? Yes, the movie and the cloak allowed me to keep doing movies when there wasn't a lot of perspective about doing movies, making cinema, because our meeting was in the middle of the last administration in Brazil and in the middle of the pandemic as well. There was no way we can think about doing any movies the way we should, the structure we need. And that movie allowed me to keep doing what I like doing amidst this chaotic time. And I think that your village changed my perception. Well, I could talk about the experience I've had in your village for 5 days, but that experience changed my perspectives on lands. I live in an apartment, so the way where we step in, the way we live in the world, it was really crazy to do that. And we worked remotely for 2 years. And this is the first time we watched the movie together because it was finished just a few days ago. I think that a lot of what we created together and also this movie can also still be spread to the world. It was crazy. Ultimately, the whole process was crazy. I could never think it would be like that in my wildest dreams. So I will ask a question to Glyceria. Oh no, we have another question here first. So from the audience, yes, there is a question from the audience to Glyceria. So the cloak regarding other indigenous peoples. So are you familiar with other Kaigang cloaks or other indigenous cloaks? Do you know if there's a relationship of them with other deities or with other ancestors or spirits? When I go to museums, of course, I'm curious to watch them. I was in the United States. I was in Philadelphia. I visited a museum and I saw some pieces of work of indigenous people that were not my people, different people from a different area of Brazil. And when the people started to open the drawers, it felt like magic to me. There were some bones, a flute made with bones of a jaguar, bones of a hawk. And there was one, a thicker one, with 3 holes, and it was of a deer. I said, can I play it? And the curator allowed me to touch it, And I heard a voice from that piece, and I said, where is the instrument of your people? Your people has an instrument that you play. Where is it? And I was trying to find where this voice came from. I realized it was not a voice from people, it was a voice from the flute. So that happens sometimes. I touch a piece and I can hear the voice. So as to the Kaigangi cloaks, I saw pictures of them. I saw pictures of them in books as well. But I had access to the pieces of the Munduruku people because that is related to the Tupi nation. And they work with the head pieces and weaving. So the way that they make the knots, the way that they threads are very similar to the Tupinamba cloak stitches. In the Kaigangi culture, it's a different nation, it's a different culture, so I'm not very familiar with that. And I believe they could have a different relationship with that. But the relationship with the cloaks and also the fact that the pieces have agency, the pieces turn into an ancestor that can speak. I think that this is a different relationship that may vary from one people to another, so I cannot answer that. I do not know what is the relationship of the Kaigang cloaks with their people, or how's the Kaiganga's people relationship with the pieces they produce. And I found it interesting that she talked about the spider, because I had a dream and there was a giant man dressed with cloaks made of animal furs, and it was from one house to another. They would see me close to my house, take my hand, and would take me to a panel full of spiders. It was a huge panel. And these giants were covering something, and the giant said, do you want to see it? And when they removed the straws they were using to cover, there were 3 cloaks. 2 were made of feathers, and 1 was made from an animal fur, from an animal skin. And when I went to the States, in Washington, I was at the Natural History Museum, and I visited the cloaks or the capes that were made in the Guyana region. I found another cloak there that had been digged from the ground. It was the skin of a llama and also feathers. And it was beautiful with vibrant colors. And I was wondering, because this drawing that I saw there also related to a spider and how spiders teach women to weave, to make their webs. So it's very glad to hear you telling us about this power of the spider that is in you, and that you leave this flame alive, and you're also sharing that with future generations, making it wider and bigger. I think we have time for one more question. So I will ask a question to Melissa. This is a beautiful and unique meeting here we have, so I'd like to say it's an honor to be here with you today. So Melissa, could you comment on the role of the weavers in the Navajo community? Because you mentioned that it's a matrilineal organization. Yes, I worked, I think it's called the matrilinear society. So please tell us about the role of weaving and women weaver in your group. Can you please tell us about that?
The Navajo culture is a matrilineal culture, and it's a matriarchal society. So again, the women are the heads of the households, and they're the ones who, are providers and are keeping the family safe and making the decisions for the family. But to be a weaver within our culture, it's a very highly regarded way to live your life, because it takes over your whole life, because not only are you taking care of your family and your relatives, but you're also caring for the extended family, which is your sheep flock. And your sheep flock is not only providing you with the raw material in terms of their fleece for making the threads and for what you're weaving, but the sheep, they're also providing the connection to the land, because you have to know where to water them, where to feed them. You have to know the weather. You have to be in touch with, again, the natural world around you. And to be a weaver, you're also, a steward of all of this information, this historical knowledge that dates back and has been passed down through generations. And so you're not only creating the end product, which is the weaving, but the building up and the material prep. It's a very tedious and time-consuming role to take on, because again, everything is so laborious, and also you devote your life to it, because it's not a part-time job. It's pretty much you're born to do this type of work. It's very rare to find a weaving culture that is so widespread within, because we have such a large tribe. I mean, I'm not sure if a lot of people know how large we are, but we're hundreds of thousands of people, and it's again a very highly regarded role within our tribe.
Obrigada, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa. Well, unfortunately, we need to wrap up. So we need to wrap up the seminars of today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for attending this seminar. It will be recorded and available on YouTube if you want to watch it again, maybe take some piece of information you may have missed. And if you want to have any one-on-one question on the way out, we are going to be here for another minute. But I'd like to thank everyone. Renata, would you like to make any final comments? No, I would be here forever just listening to you if I could. No, I just asked you if you wanted to make any final remarks so that we can wrap up. I am very glad. I think that it's wonderful to see how weaving can weave dreams, worlds, stories, and that will keep on for generations to come. That's very gratifying. Do we have time for more questions? No, we don't. But I think that everything you said really answered a lot of questions. I would like to thank everyone who attended this meeting and go to the exhibit to see Alexandre Gliceria's and Melissa's work. And thank you very much. Well, I think that we deserve some chanting, right, before we wrap up.
Thank you, everybody.